Peace. Peace. How's everybody doing out there in Twitch? And I usually I just started streaming the Twitch. So I decided to come through and talk about what I normally talk about, which is Freemasonry and how to avoid it. Everybody thinking that is, something hard to get into. Actually, it's very simple. What you really want to do is learn how to avoid it, you know, because they have it to where you thinking that it's hard to get in. And in reality, you guys are the tools that shift society because you promote things that you don't know. Pardon me, I'm about to get some of my breakfast and roll some weeds and all of that. So, first, let me get my cereal milk together. You know? Okay, hold on. So yeah, a lot of people don't know what it is. So if you can't argue with something that you don't know, and that's the main part. They indoctrinate you into something because you don't really know what it is. They give you these blank, I don't know, like introductions. Like it's never really nothing. It's just this open thing. Oh yeah, you come in and that. They never tell you what it is. So I'm gonna take the time and explain to you what Freemasonry actually is. You know, because a lot of people don't know that. Let me pull up my Twitter feed. I got a little Twitter feed where I just typed in secret societies and whatever people are talking about on the subject. If they tweet it, it'll pop up. Matter of fact, if you tweet anything about secret societies, it'll come up on my feed. And you can voice your opinion, or you can just state it, and I'll let you actually call in and you can voice your opinion that way if you feel that what I'm saying is incorrect. But you won't if you are a Freemason because you know what it is, and so you will correct me. You'll just come with some Yankee Doodle, the script. Oh, it's this, and yeah, yeah, yeah. But how does it work? I'm here to show you how it works. You know, and so the number one tool of Freemasonry is chicanery. And a lot of people don't know what chicanery is, so in a minute I'm gonna pull it up and break down chicanery. All right. So imagine everything that's set up around you, and I don't mean it's hard to explain because it's not everything, but everything will be associated with it. So imagine you set up who God is, right? And so, or what God is. And so then you take all of these elements of society and you put it under that banner. That's like just trying to give you an understanding of Freemasonry. To be able to implant what you want in basic life. So like your daily activities might not be Freemasonic per se, but within your day you are affected by it because of the way system of society is set up. you know So let me first give you a understanding of the lodge itself, right? Because this is the first introduction, like it tells you, this is for, okay, the introduction to quote unquote to how to become a Freemason would tell you you go to a lodge, you put in your application, you find that somebody sponsors you, and you are introduced in that way, right? Or you are approached by people and you become a Freemason, which is actually the most common because you wouldn't know then. There's two type of people in that system: those who know, and even those have to go a long way, do a lot of studying, and they are revealed by what are they willing to do, meaning implant this stuff within society. And so most Freemasonic lodges, if you're going to be indoctrinated, would be through a Freemason inviting you in. Because that way you would know that the lodge that you are in applies to your trade because it was the people around you who saw you, your style or whatever, and they said, okay, join the lodge, right? But you also have these organizations, which is more common, and you become a member through manipulation. You become a member because you didn't know that was a Freemasonic organization. And so 90% out of the members of secret societies didn't know they were being indoctrinated in. And even within the 10% that do know, they don't know. Only 10% within the 10% that went in truly understand. Because if they gave it away, then they wouldn't have the power. So I'm here to take away the power by giving it to you so you can understand what you are in front of. The groups, the organizations, and from then you can make your own decision as to, okay, well, wait a minute. Yeah, he right. All of these organizations are Freemasonic. And once you realize, what that means in completeness, not the praise of for the moment of what they told you, but to understand the grand scheme. Because most of the people that's propped up in front of you were also under that organization and knew it. And I'm going to prove that as well. I'm going to prove that as well. Hold on, let me move over so I can let these US propaganda machine. Okay. So let's see what they have. Let me just looking at some stuff here into see what's going on. Over 50% of CNS fully vaccinated because we did not have a president ruled by the foreign actor. Trump, Russia, Putin, who spread lies upon lies and everything from mongering BS to secret societies. Okay. Now I mean, this is the thing. All of them are acting as if they are the ones revealing this, but I told you the key to Freemasonry is chicanery, right? So I'm gonna pull up chicanery for you, right? Chicanery, right? Okay. What is chicanery? Let me take myself away. Hold on. Okay. I ain't got to take me away, but I can take the text away real quick. All right. It says chicanery. To use trickery to achieve political, financial, or legal purpose. To achieve political, financial, or legal purpose. An underhanded person who schemes corruption and political chicanery behind closed doors. Trickery, deception, deceit, deceitfulness. But what makes chicanery different from just all of these different um names, because all of these are connected, but they're not all the same. So that's when a lot of people, they see synonyms and they see, the thesauruses, and so they misunderstand that sure these words could be connected, but how they are used are different, right? So chicanery is a tactic that requires multiple people. Because you can be dishonest and practice deception on your own. But chicanery is a system. It's not a individual lying to you, right? But an individual can use that system. But it's the system. That's why when you understand Freemasonry, it says that you're supposed to come to your brother's aid and all of these things. So it doesn't necessarily mean if he might not be in physical danger, right? But he could be in danger of being exposed, and so you got to come in and help him out. And so there's a system set up for you to know this. Once you inside, there's a system that's set up in order for you to know, one, when your brother is in trouble, because based on the questioning and that type of stuff, you would know, wait a minute, either he's stutter stepping, he doesn't know his information verbatim, because that's one of the things that you are required, to know your information verbatim. You know what I mean? Like to be able to have it on cap. The reason why is because within that also comes hypnotism and suggestive messaging. So it's a system that allows these things to impose on your head. So who is Hiram Abiff? Hiram Abiff would be almost everybody who walks blindly into their system. Somebody who might know something, but these ruffians will beat you in the head. That's where the term don't beat me in the head come from. You know? It comes from Freemasonry because of, the mallet, the chisel and these utensils were used to kill Hiram. Where did they hit him? Upon the head. So a lot of people do not know whether or not they are being indoctrinated into this system, right? So I'm gonna grab me my Bluntville real quick. Pardon me 1 second. All right, all right. See, I got the box of Bluntvilles here. You know, that's for my cereal milk. I ain't eat breakfast yet either, so I'm not even gonna smoke yet until I eat my breakfast. Went and grabbed me some sausage, egg, and cheese, and some home fries. So I think I'm gonna just eat my home fries right now. Oh, I had some This is like a seltzer water drink called Bubble. Yo, I don't was chucking up crazy after drinking that. I don't know what that is, man. I can't do that. It was like maybe too much foam in it or something, but it was like definitely affecting my stomach in not a good way. Because I've been trying to slow down on my sugar intake. You know what I mean? So I try to go with that. Like you see me drinking the juice, but I also like follow up with water and all of that stuff. You know, I'm over here just doing this. So if you hear me quiet for a brief seconds, just understand that this is what I do. I roll up. It's gonna take some time. Be some times when it's just what it is. You're welcome to leave a message. I can address anything, or like I said, you can actually go to Twitter, put in your statements under secret societies, and it will pop up. You know, and I can address you through that right there. Let me make this cereal milk. Mm, over here, pairing this. Very fine grained. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's like a very, fine grained strain. Forgive me if you see me quiet for a brief second. It's just that I'm preparing. I mean, I'm gonna be here for a long time, so it's gonna be, breaks like this regardless. I plan to be here up until like 3 o'clock. If anybody want to learn some stuff, they more than welcome to ask. That's what I'm here for, to explain what it is in order for you to not fall victim. But everybody talking about, joining, they don't even realize that they were already in the system because they don't know the system. You know what I mean? If you don't know the system, shit, they got you already. The biggest trick the devil ever played was convincing you he, or this case, she, was never there. Yeah, no, we back at it. Just rolling up here real quick. I don't have my viewer list up, so if anybody ever in here, don't think I know up until you leave a message. So I won't know you here. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just keep rambling on. Hold on a minute here. Yeah, so like I said, a lot of people do not know they are in this system. This number one within, the urban community is the woke community, aka conscious community. So don't let them fool you like the woke and conscious community and all of that ain't the same. They all a part of it. Think about woke, third eye. Isn't that the symbol of, the Masons, the eye, you know what I mean? Like they're supposed to be your enlighteners. What do you think Illuminati means? To shine, to put a light on. So, a lot of times you are being indoctrinated thinking that you're being woken up to something. But what if they're doing the same thing? So, what if the information that they're telling you is only half truths? That's how they're acting like they're revealing something because you was given a half truth. Most people, and let's stick with religion because that's how they'll, like one of the number one ways in which they invade, right? Is through religion because that's this universal teaching and understanding that's put into the homes, right? America, this is a Christian nation. You go to Saudi Arabia, this is an Islamic nation. You know what I mean? Um, um, I believe India is like a Hindu nation. I'm not sure. I don't misquote me on that, but I'm more than certain that they would consider themselves a Hindu nation. You know what I mean? So these situations of groups with understandings through religion, right? Which is also being set up right now through Freemasonry. And I'm gonna show you that Freemasonry, once you walk into the lodge, right, is symbolism of walking into the vagina. You understand what I'm saying? The Freemasonic Lodge is a symbol of the vagina. And I'm gonna give you the understanding in a second. Hold on, let me also pull up um square and compass. All right, so we can make this even. Oh, here we go. All right, all right. Let's go to image. All right, let's start off with. Eh, let's go here. All right, let me bring this over like this. Bring me over to here. All right. So you see the square and compass, right? Now we do know that these were the utensils that hit Hiram over the head, correct? Okay. All right, let's understand that. Hey, these were the utensils that killed Hiram Abiff. All right. Let me Pull this up for you. All right. What were the tools that killed Hiram Abiff? Right? The death of Hiram Abiff. Right? We can go on side here real quick. See. The death of Hiram Abiff. Without doubt, every Freemason vividly recalls my fault the memorabilia evening when he was raised to sublime degree of a master mason. Of course, he found it difficult to comprehend the full meaning of all the lectures and the truly rememberable rituals he took part in. Naturally, those who chose to go through the chairs and become a worshipful master for their lodge learn more and become more acquainted with the true meaning of the great legend. Many Masons, of course, undertake, pardon me, let's bring this up here for y'all. All right. Let me try to zoom in as well. All right. Okay. So, reach without through chairs and enlightened. The sensual experience of the rituals of the master masons are the actions of the three ruffians. The sensual experiences of the rituals of the master mason degree are the actions of the three ruffians. Many of you, I am sure, have played the part of one of the ruffians in our ritual. Who decided to depict the ruffian in the picture for your mind, each with his respective implement? Understand what's being said here. I don't think y'all truly understand what's being said. You know, I don't think you understand yet, but you're gonna get it. All right, hold on. Because I told you, in Freemasonry, first you were attacked through the ruffians, and then later on, you actually become one yourself by imposing these views because you were so indoctrinated into that system to where if anybody says anything contradictory to what you believed it was, you become the same person that you thought you was not. Meaning that you thought you wasn't indoctrinated and following these falsehoods, but then you will start to defend it yourself because you have been bamboozled and hoodwinked into that system, right? So as you see here, right, Hiram is getting attacked. The first person to walk up is that one. The person who's challenging your system of understanding. Pardon me here. In fact, grab some of my hash browns. Pardon me. I keep saying hash brown. I mean to say home fries. Pardon me. Pardon me. Gotta get something to eat, right? So, in fact, See if I can save this picture. All right. Nah, that's okay. I want that picture though, so I can explain more. This right here is just original attacker, right? The ruler. You see what he's have in his hand? The ruler. Right? Let me see if I could zoom in this way. All right. Nah. Let me see if I pull back here. Um. Nah. So I wanted to pull in so you could actually see it better. Okay, wait a minute. I could probably do it this way now. All right, better. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit more. All right. All right. So, as you see right here, right, he has the ruler in hand. Now, remember, Hiram was supposed to be the master builder, right? So you was already in control until somebody, excuse me, comes along and assassinates that. Oh yeah, we gonna be eating. I gotta eat. I got to eat. So the Masons are the ones who will come along and destroy certain information. That's why in certain organizations you hear them say overstand. Now I don't understand. I overstand because they are acting like they the ruler and the dominant factor in that information. If that makes sense. But I will be getting into that in a second. You gotta forgive me. I'm hungry. I didn't really eat yesterday. And I had some stomach problems. And then like I told you, I just drunk some bubble sparkling water and that messed my stomach up. So I definitely gotta put something in my stomach. You dig? Hold on, let me grab some juice. That thing's all over the place. I didn't grab a cup. Everything I didn't grab. Cool running. Listening to some reggae. I doubt very much y'all can hear it, but let me see. Yeah, I don't see it popping up on my mic. But anyway, this is what you are dealing with. You see Hiram getting attacked. He's fleeing from his initial attacker. He has one attacker lurking in the back, and we have another attacker who's waiting for him to come in that direction. So we understand what we have in front of us here, I hope. Um, in my experience, hold on a minute. Oh, my phone. All right. Let's see. Going back in a bit. All right. It says, in my experience, the implements were the 24-inch gauge, square, and the setting mold, like a mallet. The only implement that does not specifically teach a lesson in the various Masonic lessons is the setting mold. So the question might be, what would it teach? My answer here would be to respect the scrutiny of life and the rights of others. Each of us figuratively hold a setting mold, and how we use it determines our character in the eyes of the world. It was the setting mold that delivered the final blow to Grand Master Hiram Abiff. Right? And so a lot of people don't understand that, so I'm gonna give you an understanding of. Let's take it with George Washington. Okay, I'm gonna give you the understanding through George Washington. Hold on. Now, George Washington would be considered the father, the founding father, or quote unquote God of this nation. And I'm gonna show how they set that up. Give me 1 second. Make sure I didn't get nothing on me. No? Okay. So, take a little bit more to drink. Tropicana. I still have to go get me some water in a second. But, like I said, so you are Hiram Abiff. Freemasonry celebrates the killing of you. Keep that in mind. So let's get into George Washington, right? We have a thing. Hold on. Let's go over here. All right. According to Wikipedia. Washington Monument. Right? According to Wikipedia. We don't care what Wikipedia has to say. All right. Let's bring up the imagery. All right. I'm about to take a break in a minute, so we're just gonna ride out with this for a second. Now, as you can see, this is the Washington Monument. What a lot of people might not know is the story of Osiris. You know, an Egyptian tale of a god who was killed and reborn through his son for revenge. All right? We're about to take a break in another like 15 seconds, so I'm not going to get into that. Might as well roll up light up. Pardon me, I thought. All right, all right, all right. So I'm actually hesitant on lighting that shit up. I might just roast, like, light up a little roach real quick. Um, because I'm actually still kind of hungover from yesterday's. Okay. Um, I'm just really looking for a spark up, not really a replacement. You know. Oh yeah, that's a roach. I'm smoking a roach. But anyway, a lot of people do not know the story of Osiris. All right, so let's pull this up. Osiris. Osiris. Okay. According to Wikipedia, Osiris is the god of. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me turn down this volume. We don't need to. We can just leave it up. Okay. Osiris, the god of fertility, agriculture, the afterlife, the dead, resurrection, life, vegetation, and the ancient Egyptian religion. All right. Go to images. All right. So this is Osiris. All right. Let's pull it up. Okay. So this is Osiris. All right. All right. You see the serpent going up on that one. Just to understand, I'm just pulling up Osiris real quick. All right. Okay. So to understand the story of Osiris, Osiris was killed, right? Isis, his wife, went looking for him. He was cut up into like 13 pieces, I believe, right? Now, they went, she went, found the phallic piece, which would be, right? Hold on. Which would be um the obelisk, right? Well, let me go here. See if I can pull this up for you. All right. Obelisk. All right. Um, Obulus. I don't know why it's not coming up. No, it's fabulous. Hold on. Obulus. According to agrobaseup.com, Obulus fine, TN Union Rapido, effecto Delaware Voltium. Después de la application de Obulus, 5 los insectos, SEL. Yeah, an obelisk. See, they doing some other shit here. Is not what I'm looking for. you know, that's a coin. All right, so let me go over here. Hold on. All right, Egypt, obulus. There we go. All right, you got an obelisk. All right. So let's go over here, pull it up. So now, as you can see, if you type in an obelisk, it has multiple right images all around the world because this is the symbol of the rebirth of a nation, right? So when we look at the Washington Monument, we understand that it's an obelisk. So it's called the Washington obelisk due to the fact of George Washington being the father of this nation, right? Now, as you know, and that's in Washington, D.C., right? Then we take a thing called, let me go into this. Why is it giving me a hard time? It's not letting me um okay, map of US. All right. Let me pull up this map. Oh man, my keyboard. Let's pull up this map. All right. That's a simple map. All right. Let's go over here. Now, as you look, wait, hold on. Is this in Spanish or some shit like that? What's going on here? No, hold on. Let me close this. I don't want y'all to see something here. I didn't understand that map. That shit looking crazy. Here we go. Okay. All right. Now let's pull this back over here. As you see, up in the corner here, we have Washington State, right? And if you know anything about Freemasonry, you know about the cornerstone, right? Let's go into, all right. Oh, that's what it is. I'm over here. Pardon me, pardon me. Um, and my battery fell out. That's why I'm sitting there wondering why the hell is this shit not fucking going through? Damn, hold on a minute. All right, so let's um. Did I knock out the voice command? What's hell going on here? All right. What was we looking for? Damn, I forgot what we was looking for. Oh, okay, here we go. Freemasonic cornerstone. Mhm. Behind the symbolism. All right, so what we're doing is really breaking down what all of this stuff means. We explore in this blog the history behind Cornerstone, a symbol initiated first learned about in an entered apprentice degree and central one to one of the fraternity's best known public ceremonies. Like I said, this is the one where you basically know that that person was a a setup, a main factor within this, right? In contrast to the sacrifices and superstitions of ancient times, Freemasons in their ceremonies have made the cornerstone the symbol of the individual Mason and the sacrifices of labor and time necessary to build a moral and Masonic edifice. Today, we hollow out the cornerstone, placing small objects inside it, like corn, photography, newspapers, or a list of those who erected the building. It's wholly up. Wait. It's wholly up to the committee in charge imaginations. This tradition includes the subtle nod of its origin. And Freemasonry, we, in Freemasonry, he who hunts for the symbol behind the symbol will find from the cornerstone the need to sacrifice in time, effort, and thought at the beginning of every effort and of one's Masonic journey. Every Mason must make these sacrifices if they choose to play an integral part in the bettering themselves and the lives of those in their communities. The cornerstone also symbolizes sturdiness, mortality, and truth. At his first initiation, the Mason is tasked with erecting a spiritual temple in his heart, drawing symbolic parallels to the strong, trusty cornerstone. Without each, a building symbolically, the Mason mind and heart cannot stand, right? To understand that as you are being indoctrinated into a system, they are placing this stuff within you. And for those who understand in the beginning, right, you would store all your information because those who work in the lodge is different from those who, like they say right here. Um, Every Mason must make these sacrifices if they choose to play an integral part in bettering themselves and the lives of those in their communities. Now, I did tell you that you could get indoctrinated into this through people like this. They're the ones who's feeling like the way things are going, they are putting forth this effort, and this is how chicanery works. Because while you in there, you are gathering this information on society, right? And so your opinions can be swayed through the beating of the head, through these assailants, the people that you are befriending, right? And so then you won't realize that you are also a part of a system that you didn't know had no love for you either, if that makes sense. It's a system. It's a system set up to take it all. Yeah, it's a system set up to take it all. So it puts both sides against each other, whether it be um richer and poor, right? Or man and woman. East Coast, West Coast, North against the South, Democrats against the Republicans. Even though there's supposed to be an opposing belief, right? The problem is they are both working for another agenda. So neither one of them know that it really don't matter. It's he who wants it all that it all matters to. So if I could use you and your organization to bump off, whether it be the North or the South, right? Say you got slavery, right? And who comes in to save the day, right? Capitalism, you know, in the open market of capitalism. They both was capitalism, but one had a closed market. So then once they offered the market to be open, all of that area becomes what? Up for grabs. So now same places where you had one plantation where all of this land was occupied and controlled by a certain individual. Now it's broken down, and all of those people appear to seem like they have a grab, but who's the true owner? Government. So eventually a system comes and takes it all. But who controls that system? Right? Because now we're playing a big game. If we're keeping our people productive, right? In order for us to excel, and we're taking that from them as well. Because we're going to keep shifting society in these different means. That's why, as I say this, I don't necessarily hold the quote unquote new world order at fault. They did what they did, and I'm not excusing them. What I'm saying is, and I don't mean the masters, the puppet masters. I mean all of the people who didn't know how to avoid Freemasonry. That's what I'm talking about. They'll have to deal with their guilt and their shame in themselves. They'll have to understand what all of it meant themselves and sit down and really go, damn, I did these things for an advancement, but I was getting played too. So that meant all of the damage that I did, I was being played as a fool. So they got to deal with that. When their time comes, And they gotta contemplate within their brain the different ways that they might have been manipulated and enjoy the manipulation. That's the greatest trick the devil ever played, to get you to enjoy the hell. You know, to enjoy the hell. And I'm only using these terminologies, heaven, hell, God, devil, um, as a mean to communicate with people who only know that dialogue. That's a dialogue that people don't know how to not talk. You understand? They don't know how to not talk that. So I gotta talk to those people as well. To the people, like I say, you got atheists, right? And there's the 90% out of the atheists are fools as well. Like 90% out of them don't know what the fuck they talking about. I'm being honest with you. 90% out of the atheists are wrong as well. So you got the Bible basher and you got the Bible thumper. And neither one of them is technically right or wrong. Let me see, I got this. It is fucking roots burning. I'm looking at it right there. See, it's coming through my put it out. You know, so neither one of them is actually right or actually wrong, because both of them are dealing with a half truth. Like I said, now, when it comes to the atheists, 90%, there is 10% who actually understand the words that's coming out their mouth as well. And so they utilize the understanding correctly. Like one person I heard, I listened to the Star Report um on YouTube and shit. And he explains to people, to say, if you're gonna be an atheist, to say you don't subscribe to the theory of, right? And so the theory is what it is. The theory of God is what an atheist should understand he's resistant. To say that God isn't real would be incorrect. The theory of God, the all of that would be incorrect on this side. The Bible thumper is incorrect by thinking this omnis, everything, or like that's the Bible's thumper's inaccuracy. The atheists, 90%, who don't understand that God, the true and living, that was, and that's a fact, right? But to make That all is the theory. And so to misunderstand what is built around, like I just told you, Freemasonry represents the vagina. Well, the lodge. The lodge represents the vagina. We're in a new world order. You know what I mean? So before it was, the phallic symbol. You know what I mean? It was let me see. According to Freemason. No. Hold on. Um right? So, right? We started off with the penis. So the symbolization changed. The symbolism, should I say, changed. So now, just like the Oval Office, the vagina, the Pentagon, the vagina. Why you thinking Independence Day? What did you see them destroy? Right? And Independence Day, didn't they destroy the 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 phallic symbol? I mean, let me make sure of this. I know, but I want to make sure you could know. Independence Day movie. Independence Day movie. All right. I found a movie for you. Hold on. Independence Day. I know you did. Hold on. I don't need you. According to Travel Channel. No, I didn't say naked. See, you about to tell me something I didn't say. All right, okay. Um, okay, so let me see if I could pull up some imageries. All right. Let me see. No, I said images. All right. All right. Um, and I know they did the White House. I know they showed the White House scene, but I'm more than certain they they went to the Washington Monument as well. So if I stand corrected, I stand corrected. I know I'm looking at the White House. You know what I'm saying right now, but I could have sworn. And well, probably in the movie. Maybe this is just a cover. You know what I mean? But in the movie, I'm more than certain they destroyed the Washington Monument. I could be wrong. I stand corrected. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, um, oh, y'all can't see that anyway. Hold on, let me show you some of this stuff here. All right, Independence Day movie scene. All right, so let's go into scenes. Maybe I can see it in here. All right, this is the aliens. They was coming around. I remember them doing the zapping. You know what I mean? And I'm almost certain they did the Washington and Washington Monument. Mm, let's see. So this is okay. It's showing this part here, but I'm more than certain, like around here, they destroyed that shit. Okay, there's the Washington scene. You know, they destroyed Washington, the White House. But maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn I seen that part happening. All right. Um, I'm gonna have to pull it up in the actual movie. You know what I mean? Anyway, there's something about some gifts and shit. Um, the Washington Monument, you know, represents the phallic symbol. You know, and so it means the birth of to give birth, like to plant the seed. And this is why they say, you know, they're focusing on Lilith and all of that, you know, as somebody who came and stole from, you know, the disobedient, the rebellious. And so they control the people through first already giving you the Bible, right? You're not gonna read it. You're not reading it. Most people are not reading the Bible. They don't know shit. They could tell you some verses. Sure, they could tell you some verses, but they cannot tell you the Bible. And so, man, what I mean by verses, verses was coming out the pastor's mouth, you know. And so people walk away with those verses, and they can go ahead and freestyle shit too. Remember, they went inside the church and invaded it. We blame the church and say, oh, the pastors were molesting the kids. True, true. But weren't the pastors already that then? So they're not meant, like say if the pastors are gay. If a dude is gay, you have to be gay. I don't care if it's a boy or a grown man. If you're sleeping with it, right, and you're a pedophile. On top of that, right? So now you have this organization that has a beef with the words that say these are the things that are not allowed. So if you're sleeping with men, the Bible says what? That's not allowed. You telling me the person who goes up there and perform those things, he clearly doesn't believe in that God. So he has no problem going up there and telling you opposite of what is said in that book while using the book to tell you it. Because you taking man's word for the book versus what's in the book, right? So they can walk in there and violate the church. And you going to blame the church, right? And so they're gonna go sue the church and all this, that, and the third, and then they're gonna take that and open satanic churches. Rob Peter to pay Paul. Some people are gonna be the sacrifices in order for them to get in and take over. So sure, you had wicked women who wanted, certain things. Oh, a man should be like this. And so, yeah, I'll suck this dude off or do whatever. Leave them around certain people because, I don't like my baby daddy's father or something like that. And then, let foul things happen and then become the hero. And now that you have this person indoctrinated into this system, he's gonna go out and or she is gonna go out with that lesson to teach to the world. It's a very ill, sick system. A system that gains your trust, stands by you as it violates you, and then hugs you and asks, "Are you okay?" Because the male counterparts, as you see, have been used in many different ways to be bumped off for you to see what you see now. I was let me pull up this I caught this on Twitter, right? Let me see if this is the person. Nah, that's some public enemy. Hold on, let me um slide over here real quick. All right, see, I can see that better. Let me go to this. Let me go to my Quay. Right? Let's send. Okay. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I got it moving too fast. So let me slow down my stream of it. It's coming through Twitter, so um okay. Hold on. Hey, so why did it go fast? Let me see if I can send it again. Mm, okay. Quay entries only. Right? So it says, in part of fake unions. Why the hell you just do that to me for? Right, hold on. And again, right? In part of fake unions and fake secret societies and pedophile groups and in fake um what is this? Genetics, death care, swapping babies and or killing them and replacing them with your cloned be he ones. Be well anyway. If you look down, you see the name Matt, right? What is this? Amana. It don't even fucking matter. But pay attention to the Matt part, because I'm gonna pull this up real quick, okay? I'm gonna show you that you're being played on all angles. All right, hold on. Sorry, I gotta type it in like this. I'm not right on my keypad. All right, Matt. Bring this over. All right. As you see right here in the quay, let me bring that down real quick. It says Mat or Mat refers to an ancient Egyptian concept of truth, balance, order, harmony, law, mortality, and justice. Mat was also the goddess who personified these concepts and regulated the stars, seasons, and the actions of mortals and the deities who had brought order from chaos at the moment of creation. Her ideology opposed was this fifth, meaning injustice, chaos, violence, or to do evil. Right? So, as you see right here, is giving this impression that this is the law that you go by, and who's placing this law? The woman. Not the man no more. If you watch TV, if you watch all of those things, because all of the basically the men were killed off, and they had us do it to ourselves. Gangs and yeah, gangs are Freemasonic. You wouldn't believe it, huh? But yeah, gangs are Freemasonic. Free my son. Free the sons. Because the sons are the ones who are going to be removed. You ever seen the TV show Inside Job? What do you think? You better pay attention to what's happening. Better pay attention. The Inside Job. The Takeover. Think about Blacklist. Um, shit. Birds of Prey. I'll be here all day, really. I'm just trying to think of the most um very simple. Oh, the Eternals. Um, the last season of Fargo. Um, I'm talking about like just in your face. Um, The Witches, the movie. Um, but like I said, I'm looking for the ones I really wouldn't have to or shouldn't have to go through too much to break down. Like, okay, here, this right here, that right, look, boom, boom, boom. Other ones, it's to Freemasonry, like I told you, it's control, right? It's chicanery. So chicanery works through the manipulation. So it would have to be within many different ways, right? So you have word of mouth. You have the people that's right next to you. You get indoctrinated into things and you don't even realize you being indoctrinated into. You know what I like about the 5% Nation? They brought Freemasonry to the streets. They brought it to the streets. They made it for anybody with a fucking eye to be able to understand the whole thing. All they got to do is be alert. And that's how I'm gonna get into like these organizations and how people are being indoctrinated, right? Because think about any craft, right? Anything that somebody really knows how to do, can everybody do it? Like think about okay, let's say I'm gonna give you a good example and then I'm gonna give you a poor example. First, I'm gonna give you a poor example. Basketball, right? Everybody can play basketball, right? But not everybody can make it to the NBA, meaning that there's a small percentage out of all of the people that get basketballs and play basketballs throughout their life. Like damn near everybody can play basketball. You got people in wheelchairs who play basketball, right? So you got Special Olympics, pardon me, right? And all of that has basketball. So damn near anybody can play basketball. You know, not to be offensive, but I think you kind of need arms, you know, because you got to dribble. So outside of that, like I think you could play basketball. I've seen people in wheelchairs, so you don't need legs, but you need arms. That's why I said almost everybody. You don't even need two. I've seen people with one arm play basketball. I've seen tall people, short people, but only a small percentage make it to the NBA. So that's a bad but good example, meaning that in life there's a whole bunch of people who could be in something, but only a few mastered what they're dealing with, right? Then you have the let's I'm trying to okay, say a blacksmith, right? Look around. Do you see too many people who know how to be a blacksmith? I don't know where you at in life. You don't know where you at in society and shit. What section of the map you in? But I can almost guarantee, even in a blacksmith, you know, area, that town ain't gonna have a lot. The whole shit ain't gonna be flooded with blacksmiths. You know what I'm saying? It's a trade where you're gonna have to learn. So one, meaning the basketball terminology, is in reference to sure everybody could be in it, but that don't mean they mastered it. Whereas, so they're just tools in a toolbox. The world, like the devil's playground, you know, like what it says, idle's hands is the devil's playground. You know what I mean? So this is where the devil can get you because you out being idle. So they set up a system, right? And if you know anything about, like, let's say 5% nation, right? Since there you hear the gods, you know, in rap music and all of that. So it's out there. So anything that I'm saying, get the 49311. 49311. That was meth verse. You know what I'm saying? But they said it on the 49311, right? So anyway, right? So that's a way of talking, right? What would be the originator that you've ever learned how to be able to do that? And we didn't, I'm saying men, we didn't really know it, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? It was used actually against us. Wasn't it Pig Latin? Pig Latin is like the first, you know, one that I've known, you know, of this secret language being spoken around you. So where did they get it? Was it passed down? Right? So you have a system that I'm just showing you the simplest form in the first forms of introduction. So the whole thing of you have to be this, and you know it's a male or yeah, Freemasonry as that name, right? But you got Eastern Stars. That system under that name is still the same system. It's still a system. Freemasonry is to be able to craft this. You understand what I'm saying? Is to be able to craft it. If a person doesn't know what I'm saying, like I said, to form a way of being able to communicate without other people knowing what's being said. That's the first, like steps into the to like after you in the lodge. These are the things you learn. Now, like I said, don't mean when I'm saying the lodge, I'm not just saying, in that walking in that temple. What what Ghostface said. The God left a message on my dresser. Left the lessons on my dresser, right? If you ever, you can go online. So anything I'm telling you is not hard. You know what I mean? Is um 120 lessons book. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. All right, so all right, let's see here. You could simply, you know, go online and order Supreme Lessons 120. The Department of Supreme Wisdom, right? I mean, there's other books, right? Fiction Time, whole number lesson plans with fun videos, right? Lessons 120. This is a PDF, right? Learn from running my no. Okay, Supreme Lessons of the Gods and Earth. Now this is a book. Right now, when I was growing up, you didn't get it like this. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody actually, gave it to you. You had quote unquote an enlightener. Think about that. An enlightener to show you how to actually utilize the information within your face. So when you see Dr. Malachi York and he's talking about he went beyond 360, you know what I'm saying? And it's like 720. If you don't understand that, it went over your head. So then there's like lessons and a whole new teachings, but they were very feminine and that's what you see the woke conscious movement now. He sent out a whole bunch of people to infiltrate a whole bunch of them organizations and start his. But he learned that from, coming out of the Moorish science, who's like basically the founders of all of that in the black culture. But they also come out of, the white lodges. Because there's a difference between the Moors and Moorish. That's like saying a Jew and a Jewish person. Ish. Kinda. you know? That's why a Jew would tell you, no, I'm a Jew. The Jew ain't got a problem telling you he's a Jew. So if me saying the Jew, don't think that I'm attacking the Jew. It's a Jew. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish. So you got the Moors, pardon me here. All right. So you got the Moors. That was my Twitch feed, as you see. I don't got nobody following me, but it doesn't matter. I'm still getting the shout. I said I'm gonna be here for a while. Hopefully somebody come through. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can do some of this stuff in it. I know you're supposed to be able to raid channel. Pick a raid. Let me see. Um Call of Duty. I don't know what this stuff is, to be honest with you. So I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna just raid this. Start raid. Um, alright. Raid channel, host channel. I don't know what I'm a host though. I don't know. I don't know what none of this is, so I'm being honest with you. Um, yeah, I don't know what this is. So I ain't gonna do it. Um, oh, it says okay, raid. Yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, um, so a lot of people were indoctrinated into Freemasonry and didn't know. You know, because Freemasonry gets you at any level of comprehension. And it's easier to get the youth because all you had to do was just bump off and run off the fathers, right? So that's why you see the picture of Isis with Horus on her lap, right? Let me see some. Yeah, Isis and Horus, right? So bring up this images here. Like, look, all I had to do was say Isis and Horus, and you understand, right? Because even right here, when you look, they'll tell you, oh, it's the same symbol of Jesus and Isis and Horus and all, which is true. You know, and all of these symbolisms, you notice who's there. That's why in Freemasonry it says, have mercy for the widow's son. They bumped off the fathers, took the throne. I mean, these are the lessons that you get within the Bible. Believe it or not, at least the way that it's utilized in the references. Like when I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna go back here. Hold on. Oh, which one is it? Okay, here. All right. So this is the reference. Okay, when it's talking about without doubt for me, unlike the experience and along to the three, where it says, hold on, worshipful master learns more and becomes more acquainted with the true meanings of the great legend. Many Masons who, of course, undertake to do their own research without going through the chairs to equally enlightened and are equally enlightened. All right. The central experience in the rituals of the Master Mason degree is the actions of the three ruffians, meaning that you perform those. So as you learning, you are supposed to perform that. So when you understand the stories and how they're referenced, they'll go and reference themselves in the Bible. Understand those stories in the Bible. Understand the logic of those lodges. Solomon's Lodge. Well, who was Solomon? He had all the love from God, gave him all of the wisdom and everything, but he still fell victim to other gods that he was placed in front of through to the women. Think about what's his name? Think about Rebecca, right? But think about Esau and Jacob. Wasn't Rebecca the one who helped to steal the heritage? In Judaism, they recognize both. Damn, what's up? Yeah, messed up there somewhere along the way. All right. Anyway, um, so what I was saying, think about Rebecca, right? So when you understand Judaism, you understand that it's duality, right? And so that's why you'll put an element like Lilith, and that's if you go on the internet and you just see what is the most used name in Hollywood as a female, and Lilith will come up the most. You know what I'm saying? Lilith, Lily, all of that area is was already implanted. These are triggers and keywords. Within those lessons that you get are triggers and keywords that's already placed in your hand so that when these phrases and keywords are given, you are already under that spell. Real talk. I knew some dudes, right? I was getting money with them. I had to and I realized that they were this is how I really found out about Freemasonry, through that. You know what I mean? Because you know I was getting this information, then I was also getting this Freemasonic in books and all of that from the same circle. So from that, I came and I understood it all. And so when, dudes try to use people for sacrifices, you know, yeah, listen, I'm not one of them. You dig? That's what I'm saying. So a lot of times, if you not keen, if you not alert, you are being indoctrinated into things. And from that situation is when, well, I had like I said, my mom's situation was really it for me. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know then, but when everything came up, it all made sense. You understand what I'm saying? It all made sense. I was like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? And so my agenda with this is to destroy that system. It's not to tell you to join. It's to tell you that you probably already in it. That's just a fact. You will probably 99.9%, I'm 99.9% sure you have already been indoctrinated. But as a tool, you are not the craftsman. You haven't went to the school to learn the craft in order to use it, so it's being used against you. You understand? You gotta know what's happening. You gotta be alert, gotta be aware. So if you're not, and like I said, it can come from all angles. And so once you see it, you be like, say less. I mean, you could argue or whatever, but my advice is to understand these individuals. You understand? Because they under the spell too, though. Even inside their manipulative ways, they have their nuts in a noose. You know what I'm saying? That's why you think of like Tupac, right? Tupac, why do you think he said Killuminati, right? Because after the rape, lying on the rape case and all of that, after all of the stuff that he had did, for that movement, Dear Mamas, and all of that, here it is, that system turned against him. You know, why do you think certain artists are running around putting on dresses and all that? Because they all are under that system. Even when you think Griselda, Griselda is a group named as so they came. I always say they came through like the back door, meaning that until you seen what's the name, Conway throw on the little dress, and that's when I think he went over to Dr. Dre now. But as far as Griselda, Isn't that a woman? So didn't aren't you still coming under that banner? When you think about the aunt, isn't the vagina on top? And it's like the symbol of rule. So I'm gonna get into, you know, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam and their place within this understanding. Like I said, because it's you could say Freemasonry, but it's just a system that goes under many names. So and okay, say like right on look right here. Freemasonry. Right? I don't know if you hold on. Come over here. Bring this down. Right? Well, I could probably get closer. Okay, now you can't really see all of it, but this is my Freemasons. Like, this is not the whole list, but all of these organizations right here actually all come out of Freemasonry. The Illuminati is one of them. Prince Hall is one of them. Um, the Latin School, one of them, right? I'm looking for something that you might you might know. Um, did I tell you the Ku Klux Klan was one of them? Yeah. Um, so I'll be going through this during this. Let me see if we got some more right here. Yeah, we got Ku Klux Klan. We got Sons of Liberty. We got the Mafia. Um, let's see what else. Grand Order of Water Rats. Quail and Dagger. Skull and Crossbones. Everybody know, but these you might know them for different names, but they all actually come out of Freemasonry. So people get confused, when they start saying Illuminati. Illuminati was a group that actually came out of Freemasonry. So I'm gonna take you to the beginning. I'm gonna show you some crazy stuff that you might have never really known, and for you to understand the takeover. But I'm gonna also explain how that system is only set up and designed as well. So even though I know that, yeah, they, made several, I could start off with my own moms, who made the attempts, to prevent this from getting out, but so I still hold fast to my people. Not the ones who already did the dirt, but for those to not fall victim to the mass and the continuous mass extermination, the slow genocide. So that I'll explain why I honor, certain people who really was for this fight. Why I see so, because I growing up, I found it very strange seeing people going over, joining, Taliban and Al Qaeda and all that crazy shit. You know what I mean? But through my studies, I understood what they believe they were fighting for or are fighting for. You know what I'm saying? The ones who, like converted and went that way, that extremist shit. Um, but as a person of knowledge of people, because this system is to have a knowledge of people. That's a science. You know what I mean? To have that skill. I have that skill. I learned this because I had that knowledge. I was able, with a keen eye for the devil. You know what I mean? I beat it. I beat her, whatever. I beat it. Not to say that, I mean, like, the many attempts, but from that first one, seeing it, I mean, that evil in the eye, that I can see it, and so from that I learned how to how the system works, because being young, right, being out in the streets, people don't know that not everybody doesn't have a strong conviction. Like, okay, as a scientist, you always are. You know what I mean? Like, you look at any scientist, they always are, right? So you wouldn't know that that person is just unique. You know what I mean? So, and everybody has, their own study of information. My study, I guess, was human nature. You know what I mean? So I can't tell you how they get rockets off the ground. You understand? I can't tell you that. I mean, I know there's fuel and shit like that. I know that much. You know what I mean? But propulsions and how much you need, and you know what I'm saying. I'm not wasting. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not in that direction. You know what I mean? But I know the system of controlling the people through the stars or from what's in the ground. I knew that system. I knew the system of double talk. I could hear the bullshit in my ear. The don't beat me in the head. You know what I mean? Like, I had that. Like, you know what I mean? So my study of this system is a full breakdown. I got a book coming out, so this is all, scattered, because it's not like somebody asking a question. And although I should be, what you say, like, giving it in those segments, until I have some followers, it's just like, what I'm gonna do, keep like repeating myself to like one person. F that. You know what I mean? To say it one viewer, but I truly doubt that I got pardon me. You know what I'm saying? One viewer and shit. So you know what I mean? That's my grand strains G. You know what I'm saying? Grams and strains. So yeah. So I know this system. I know it. I can tell you how it works, but you would like have to see it in action. Like, through the questions you get the answers because just I mean right now this should be an eye opener. Truly, it's supposed to be like, wait a minute, like okay, so you start off using the Bible, right? Because that's when everybody's hand. That's where the craft starts at. You understand what I'm saying? From being able to have the trigger set in somebody's hand. And so when you and I'm making reference to that, meaning the Bible, right? And so I told you earlier about movies, and I said one of the movies where you could see a clear sign was the Eternals, right? So this is why I made that reference. So the things that I say, I'm gonna always try to give it a connection back. It wasn't just placed there for no reason. So those shows that I mentioned, they all are gonna show their system, right? And how you watch them, and so these things were in place inside you. Now you might have not seen Eternals or um you know, Fargo or whatever, like most, but even down to Game of Thrones. I'm damn sure you've seen Game of Thrones. So breaking down Game of Thrones to anybody in its true Masonic messaging to the brain form, that was one of the ill ones. Yeah, what? What? Shit. Man, they did a number with Game of Thrones on people. Yeah, think about the concept of Game of Thrones. That's probably one of the most powerful. One of the most powerful. Game of Thrones. Yeah. Yeah, that shit was ill. People might think like the Matrix and all of that. Nah, man, those are good. I mean, with the Matrix, I don't know the whole series. I only know the Matrix. Um, but those were for placing the triggers. That's why you see the people running around with the whole what you call them, the Matrix coats, where the Neo references, blue pill, red pill, like that was to put you in a spell. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Hold on. I'm not even sure if I'm being heard. How's my volume? Am I being heard good? Hold on. Okay. How am I sounding now? Okay, I know I'm sounding better, right? All right. Cause I didn't, I got the headphones in, but I really wouldn't know because I don't want to be hearing myself that loud like that, right? So, uh, I just do it like this. Yeah. So the Matrix is put there to send the message, if that makes sense. Those are the triggers. So the God left the lessons on on the dresser is the triggers. While they are going to be the tools, they're gonna go out. They're gonna be the hammers to beat it into you. You know what I mean? The ruler to all of these things. That's why I always stood to myself, like stood on my own, like been affiliated with shit, but always stood on my own. You know what I mean? Always stood on my own. So dudes understood like, nah, he on his shit. So you ain't gonna manipulate and like I said, I've been in super maxes around dudes. and let dudes know, you listen, you ain't gonna get nothing gonna happen to me because I'm already hit. But I don't fuck with you. And that's why I'm letting you know that, because I'm letting you know you ain't gonna run no G. You know, because if it's on, it's on. But you ain't gonna try to formulate this army without you understanding. I'm fully aware. Because I was always in that life. So it's like I understood that you use these people, whether it be, Bloods, Cribs, what do you call them? People, folk, Latin King, um, Hell's Angels, Savage Nomads, whatever. Shit, the Aryan race guys, whatever way, because you always gonna use those, because they're gonna get to the youth. That's when you first form, and so they're gonna, once you leave out your house, this system now, whether it be through the girls of cutting you off and oh, you ain't God, and you know what I mean, whatever way it was gonna be. So you were being indoctrinated through that. So people pay attention, say, like, to the growth right now of, what do you call them, drill music. They not looking and understanding what's in the background of drill music. Understand the background of drill music. Understand the background. If you understand the background, meaning the dynamics of the streets, the concept of bringing gangs together under an umbrella, under new names, then you are not understanding the dynamics, not understanding how these groups are coming together, because these are youths, but there's still those who's facilitating that. You're not paying attention. So something is happening in front of you, and you, just like they say it's a new world order, well, there's a new system being set up even for the youth. And the promotion is just drill music, which is simply music. But you're not understanding the dynamics of the people who's putting out the drill music. So, as an adult, you are literally promoting something without you understanding, because you addressing drill music. Now the kids who didn't know nothing about drill music can go look at the real understanding. Oh, wait, what is this groups? Wait, those are these gangs and they unified under this, and uh mm. Got dudes checking in, and you know, gotta understand what's taking place. A new system is being set up. and it looks like it's just one thing. So I like if it was just this underground system, cool. But then I realized that underground system was set up to bump off the people. Yeah, to bump off the people. They were tools. Look at the gangs and their stances. Just look at how they stand. They were all what? Standing on a square. You know the saying 10 toes down. But you can take the same stance from Snoop Dogg, who's a Crip, right? Or like a Mac 10, somebody who's blood standing in that same stance, and go over to Chicago and see somebody over there who's people of folk nation. And you're overlooking that these are the tools. That's why when the takeover was happening, the whole make it rain, I told you the same way how they went into the church, violated like that. The rest, oh, they got the suckers on make it rain. Go out there, get killed, risk all of that, and go in here and just give it away in these temples. Because if we pulled back everything, right? If we pulled the veil back and we looked at it in the description of the Bible, wouldn't those be those temples worshiping certain type of goddesses, serpentines, right? Then they got the dudes or whatever. I'm just talking about the ladies. Ain't my business what they doing over there, man. You know what I mean? So, for me, you understand what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. You don't understand the tactics. You don't understand if you pull back society right now and you understand what is being taken place. I mean, the layer, the eyes, the the signs, like yeah, like the sign on that store or that building, take away those and understand their services and this, that, and the third. Just take it as a whole system, not as an individual store. And you look at those different systems. Pardon me. My damn um like something with that should just be like getting in, like making I think it'd be like messing with my eye or something. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I be doing it like this more anyway. Um, that system is what has you going in this circle. So if you don't pull back the layers and understand how they affect you, you screwed. You are truly, truly screwed. That's a fact. Because you thinking one way, but don't they keep you digging it? I don't care. And this has nothing to do with race, right? I'm gonna show you this. Right? I'm gonna pull up Force, the TV show Force. Alright. Power book for. Oh wait a minute, I didn't mean to go in it. Let me go into images. Okay. Now, what I'm looking for, hold on, let me bring you with me, and we can go through this together. You know what I mean? Let's see right here. I'm looking for, okay, the Irish guy right here, right? 'Cause I tell people all the time this is geared towards, the white folks. This is white guy superhero. This is Eminem time. Power, especially Kanan. Kanan is supposed to be 50 Cent. Eminem is supposed to be this is my opinion. This is I don't go run around saying that, you found throw it in, this is my opinion now. You can say you got it from me. just, just say it's my opinion, just from my vision. You know what I mean? So hold on, we're gonna look through here. I'm just looking for the Irish guy. I'm looking for this guy's son, right? Um, let's see if I can say pull this one. Maybe that'll take me to more of them. All right, nah, okay. Um, boss, Irish family. All right, let's go here like this. All right, need the Irish family, cause where they at? You would know they would be. No, why you ain't got them up in here? What are they? What is the name of their family again? Will Star. This guy, I don't need his name. Watch Power. See, I need her. Power season 1 episode. It's her and her brother. It's the two the brother and sister at the meeting. See right here. When you go to this part right here in the show. No, not this one. Cause this is when he meets the father. All right, you want him to meet the brother and sister. But really, you want to just see the brother. I don't know his name and shit. Um, what is the dude's name? You know what? Oh, cast. I can just go to the cast. All right, cast. Oh, sorry. Um, let's go back up here real quick. Go to all. All right. All right. Series forecast. All right. I'm in I am DB, I believe it's called. All right, so okay, y'all can zoom in. You see that? Okay, we already zoomed in. All right, where's the Irish family? Um, Oh, Vic Flynn. I was raising him. There's Shane. Let me share. Shane begins dancing. I don't care about that. When you got it, we're just rolling the damn show, man. Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe if I press it on the let's see if I go here. They just tell me about the character. Okay. It looks like we don't. This is why I couldn't find him on the goddamn on the thing. What is it? So what other Flynn, right? Isn't he a Flynn? Isn't the Flynn is the family? Yeah, Walter Flynn, right? Any other Flynns up here? Um, how they gonna do the sister like that? Now the sister supposed to be she a Flint, right? Did they put a name as a Flint? Oh, here we go. See, I'm about to go in for Lily Simmons. See, look at that. Oh shit. Okay, Claudia Flynn. All right, let's go online. Search for this. Power Universe. Okay, let's go here. All right. Tommy. Um, ain't no pictures, man. What's the matter with y'all, man? Y'all stop playing with me, man. What's the matter, man? What's this? We still here? Y'all watching me? Hold on. Slide this over like this. Add, remove. Um, Claudia is the only daughter of Walter Flynn, right? Yeah. So let's go. Claudia Flynn. All right. Hold on a minute. Let's go. Go to images. Yeah, hell is this? Okay. Power book. So, um, see. I'm just going through her. Oh, here we go. See, they go to dude right here. I don't know if y'all do. Let me bring him over. So this is who I'm looking for. All right, this guy right here. Hold on. So the reason why I'm looking for him is because of the tattoo on his neck. All right. He has the Celtic symbol on his neck. All right. Like right here, if you, I don't know if you see, let me zoom in a little, right? But if you see right here, there's like a Celtic tattoo that goes around his neck. You know, like it's like a symbol that goes that way. Well, I'm gonna show you the Celtic symbol. All right. Close this up real quick. Close you. Close you. Um, Celtic symbol. I pulled up some images for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. So let's go back over here. All right. So if you look, probably point it out to you right here. Hold on, let me move that. Okay. Now you see right here. See right here, this is actually a vagina symbol. See right here? See, I got the vagina symbol, the vagina. See, I got the vagina symbols all interlocked. You know what I mean? Okay, so let me slide this over. See right here, right? So see right here, see right there. So what's happening is also right here. Wait, is this the one? I don't think you can see that one. Hold on. Um, bring it over like this. Okay, see right here. This one right here. See how you got the vagina symbols all going this way. So it's Freemasonry. Like I told you, you have triggers. You have triggers. Just like you hear, witches, spells. So those lessons are the spells. You are being put under it though. That's why you'll hear whole communities running around and using that slang. Like build and won't even realize, like, like in a community, they'll be like, oh, let's sit down and build. Building is what Freemason or Mason does, right? A Mason builds. So in the figurative form or in the speculative, right? So then, one would be to do it verbally versus sitting down with a hammer. Now you getting beat this way. Is the work being done up here where you can't be seen? So I'm just putting you on the real game. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting you on the game. If you learn this, you would understand how to prevent from being, a Freemason. You know what I mean? You would learn how to not be a Freemason, or should I say, not be a tool of a Freemason. You know? Where we at? We about 12. Pardon me. No, told you I went. Yeah, my son he had some. Why my waffles got smaller, man? Oh, word! I'm gonna go over there and curse them out. Like, yo, what's going on, man? yo, yo, my waffles got small. Oh man, I'm gonna go over there and be like, yo, what's goody? Oh man, I know, times changed, but wow, wow. Yeah, nonetheless, it's what it is. You know, I'm disappointed, hurt more than anything. Not that I've ever really been a waffle fan, but I got into the waffles because of them. I was seeing them over there. I was like, wow, let me try that. You know, it's just like I don't eat pork, so these are like beef sausages, some egg and cheese, and waffles. Gritty. you know, so like I said, I'm here to tell you how this all connects. When we talk about Freemasonry and how it hits you in so many different areas, it hits you. Spirituality, the stars. We all stardust. We all stardust. We melanated. Think about the new slangs, right? The new the new terminologies. They got you in the stars. Eastern stars. They got you in all aspects. You don't even know it. Pardon me here. Slide this mic. All right, turn it this way real quick. All right. Right, right. Gotta eat, right? The Eastern stars. Keep your head up there. Keep your head up there. They'll come up in them. You can catch all of these triggers if you doubt my words, right? Pardon me. If you doubt my words, all you gotta do, like go on Clubhouse, go inside the rooms, and watch how certain people come in and try to control with these certain trigger words to control the whole narrative. Like say you having a conversation, they'll build you heated on that and then have somebody step in as this mediator but give you these trigger words. And I don't mean necessarily the moderator. I mean even if it's a speaker that comes up and they'll start offering these solar systems and yeah and vibrations and all of that. And those are all of the triggers. It change. Excuse me. It changes. So you got to stay up on what they are. That's why I'm gonna get it. Y'all get into that. But which one we got? Oh, let me take a break real quick. Okay. Okay. So, I guess some. Yeah. And if you don't know crowd control and manipulation, then none of this will make sense to you. You know what's one of the greatest ways to see it in action? Learn how to play 3 card Monte, and you'll have a good understanding of what I'm saying as far as how they'll tell you, right? Oh, sorry here. Um, okay, yeah. Trying to close up. Pardon me. Show you some of this, but I'm closing this stuff up over here. If it ain't necessary, I cover this. Oh, the cornerstone. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that up there. We're gonna still talk about the cornerstone. Independence Day. We covering the phallus now. Mat law. We're still in mat law. All of this, I'm telling you, is remember when I showed you the Celtic symbol, right? So you got the vagina symbol, right? Like you see the mothers, having this control. And you see again, as you look at how its its symbol is and how these triggers are sent to you. The same way if you using a cross or whatever, but since you're shifting over, you also shift who you giving the power to, right? So when people have a problem with the woke community, you should be addressing all of the feminist movements and the LB community. I'm not leaving out any letters, whatever they all are. The Rainbow Crew, all of that is a part of that. I told you, you went into the churches and you blame the church because couldn't protect them. And so you wanted to prove that wasn't real by going in there and doing that since the people deemed you not right. So now you go and you'll even force those people to marry you in that same church. But aren't these all the rules that go against that belief system? So when we go to the atheists and the theory of God and why they don't subscribe to that, because I guess a true atheist would understand the system. You would understand the history of that system. You would understand the history of it. Because there's a whole history of it. So, like I said, I can give you the the true concept. That's why I said I can take it back to a Moor versus Moorish. Because the understanding the story of the Moors will get you in the mix of a whole bunch of systems that was going down at that time. You know? So, like when you hear him now with the Great Reset, This is that reset that being referred to. So I'm giving you all of this and not just one straight bombardment of bullshit. Meaning, if I just tell you one thing, you're going to miss the point because all of this plays a part in that. It's to see it be able in real time through all of these different things. So I'm not telling you one thing. As I'm telling you this, that is other things. Like, so it is the great reset. And I'm going to show how. Because all of this comes out of this system. It's real. Oh, it's real. I'm listening to some reggae country music. Country roads. Now, if I find out how I'm going to be able to play music, I will. You know, because I'd rather be playing the music. But I mean, I got my beats that I personally paid for, like this right here. I bought like 5 beats about like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I bought it like but those I've been always buying beats. Like I love writing music. I've written some books. My last one being, hold on, this is the one I actually released. Wait, hold on, go back over here for y'all. Street Skills, he knock him out the box, right? You know, I'm a city kid, so you know in New York there's a game that you play in the streets called Skelsy or Skelly, depending on where you're from. So like even though the name right there says Skelsy, even inside is the guy is called Skelly because I'm still deciding on which one I'm actually finish going with. Um, but nonetheless, being from the city, as you can see right here, right? This is the game that you play in the street, and it got boxes, right? That goes all around. It goes from 1 to 12, and then in the middle, hold on, right, right there is 13. Now you see these numbers right here. Those are like say 5. I don't know their numbers. That numbers right there is different from ours. But anyway, those numbers, right? You get so. But if you land inside there, if you land in there, you can't move until you get it. It's a crazy game. But basically, the concept of the game is, you start, you hit the streets, you climb block to block. You make a climb. You hit dudes. to take them out. You gotta, um, if you hit somebody, but you can't take them out until you become a killer. So all of the little hits you do basically are fights. So that takes you up the blocks. You get famous. You get up, you take a fall. You go out of town, right? That's when you go back to start, and you come back a killer. Now you hit the people. You gotta hit them 3 times, and they out the game. You play with these little tops. It's a game that I've never seen played anywhere else. Never. I've seen people play marbles. I've never seen anybody play Skelzy outside of New York. So this is a New York game. And it's a game where the only way you can play it, you gotta get your hands dirty. You know what I mean? Like the only way to play this game, you gotta get your hands dirty. It's a game about the streets. And the only way to play it is to be in the streets. So this is a story about two brothers, right, from on opposite sides of the law. One is a New York City detective. The other, well, Skelly. He playing it hardcore. You know what I mean? To the end. What happens is their father winds up getting killed, and so they have to team up. They brothers. They good with each other. It's just that Skelly he a hard dude to get along with. So he likes to roll alone. So then you got him and you got his brother who's a New York City detective. Along with his partner, they scour the streets in search of, a suspect who is believed to be the murderer of their father. Scully, he teams up with a exotic dancer who is the possible eyewitness, and so they scour the streets in search of this person. From there, see, I'm not getting into much because this is actually a murder mystery. So it's gonna run you all through the city. The only reason why I'm telling this is because in urban novels, I feel that we as a people, I mean, writers, urban novel writers, and that goes for film or anything. I think that we have limited ourselves and our thoughts to what quote unquote Hollywood, regular Hollywood, or the image of us, we pander to it as well. So we don't get out of box. Like I watch Power. The imagery of Ghost and Tommy and all of them, it shows this unorganized street level. Even when even when you wind up in situations like a Fresh Prince, like when you see the people in a better, where you seeing standards, where you thinking crime is supposed to operate differently. It's supposed to be guys like Ocean's 11. You know what I mean? And I mean that level in whatever field it is. So if you drug dealers, I shouldn't have to be fighting somebody over a couple of grams and pulling out guns and bad drug deals. It's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? It's foolishness. Where you saying that these are people at a certain level, and how do you know they not? Because then you look over here at the Flynn family, and then you start seeing an organized system. And you see the disorganized when they dealing with these, us outside forces. The drugs and all of that. Look what happens. You bring down whole empires, which is true. Because I understand boots on the ground, drugs is, but that shit don't seem to be seem to be worth it, man. Not when, as far as imagery, when you could show so much more. So I'm saying that to say that my book is not about making a come up. Even though these are people inside a situation, they are established people. So this is not about, you know, the brother and teaming up and they, trying to get out the ghetto, and it's not about that. You know, this is not that direction. It's still urban, so it's urban problems and urban situations, but it's time to break the same storyline. It's time to break that. For me, I just felt it, so I said, let me introduce a couple of stories. I got another one that I'm actually working on now called Voodoo Queen. And again, it's urban. This is urban, but it's still not that. It's in that direction. I'm not gonna say it's not, but I always try to take things to a whole different way, a different way of thinking. Due to the fact that I learned about Freemasonry and messaging and how they dominate us inside these fields, and who's under it because they pander to that. Like I got into arguments with people on um Discord. I'm coming in there and I'm an MC. So I could really, really spit because I really write. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is I could really do that off the top of my head because I'm always thinking to complete the story. So even as I'm talking right here, I'm working on a story. And so my mind is always in the background searching for that. So when I do certain things like music, for me, it's just like taking a page from that. Like how Nas did, um, I rose, wiping the blunts, ash from my clothes, gave Shorty some jewels if he could sell if he chose, right? And then when you look at Belly, yo, I like your style. And, Nas got up and you could see that was a cut from that song. So it's like imagining you able to write and take things, like that. But me, it's like my shit, my own personal information. And so I can put it in a, verbal form fastly in a fast pace. You know what I mean? At the pace of the beat, I can tell a story. Cause I mainly write, like even in my writing prowess when it comes to music, I'm more concept. Like it has to have a direction. I don't like things. Like I'm not a coward. So I don't make offhanded, like open-handed statements, like in a way to say something to somebody, but not say it. Like I'm not that type of person. So I like things to have a purpose in its beginning, and so that means I gotta have a way to end it. So I like completion. I don't like having sporadic thoughts. Just you know what I mean? Not to say I can't do that and I don't like it at times, but that's where I write towards. And I guess that's how come it's been helping me really lay down as far as the pages when it comes to writing books. I have another book that I'm actually was supposed to come out way before the Street Skelzy book was called Black Rhinos of the Concrete. Well, the first that's a trilogy, but like I said, I was thinking about the concept of Skelzy, the game, the actual game, and so that's how the character was built. That's why I'm breaking the concept of the game down. Nobody else. If you hear anybody give you this concept, they never nowhere else you ever gonna hear this. I came up with this. As I said, the only way to play Skelzy, you got to get your hands dirty because it's played on the ground. You don't play Skelzy on video games and you know what I mean on tables. You play it on the ground. And the most notorious place you played is actually in the streets. You got to wait for cars to go by. You know what I mean? Hopefully they don't run over your top. You know what I mean? So you redesign your tops, what you put in it, whether it be gum or gum with pennies or whatever to give it some nice weight. How you shoot it, everything. Understanding, like I said, the whole concept of coming out, climbing the blocks, putting your work in, getting a name, taking some bruises, going down, because they gotta, right here is like basically jail. So these are like the times that you get, playing this game in the street. So the whole concept of Skelly I turned into a book. So what I'm telling you is basically, the concept of the game broken down in characters. Like those tops are characters. Like I tell people, I didn't jump off the stoop. We came off the curb. We was right in the streets. Skelzy from the curb. Excuse me. We didn't jump off the stoop. I was already in the street. You know what I'm saying? Said I had to climb up on the curb. We played in the street. We didn't know no different. We was playing there until it became real. If you want to know the concept of New York, listen, man, or at least me, I was already in the streets. Shit, I had to climb to the curb. You know, I had to climb to the curb. Let that shit sink in. I had to climb to the curb. They say curb your dog and shit. We played in the street. Skelly. You won't find that game nowhere else. And so that's why I know for somebody to attempt to break it down the way I did, nobody has ever did. To understand the whole concept is to teach you the game. Like you ever heard, like in the game, I'm playing the game. There you go. People always say, "What game you play?" Skelly. That's the only game I know, Skelsy. Matter of fact, I put that name on like the way it's spelled. Nobody was saying that. So when I seen somebody emulate my name and threw an extra Y on it, I said, "Yeah, they emulating they, they emulating me." You know what I mean? Because that nobody else had that name. Nobody. I heard dudes running around with Scully, but never Skelly or Skelsy. And I even made sure to throw the Z in there just for that purpose. You know what I mean? You know, everybody knows Scully. You know, I mean, a Skelly, like throughout the city, but certain places they'll say Skelsy. It's Skelly or Skelsy. So I took on Skelsy. You know what I mean? Just due to the fact that I wanted to make sure that it would be less of a problem. You know what I mean? I wanted to make sure it'd be less of a problem when I know the story. Like I said, I made it. I basically it's laid out. It's not that I made that up, but nobody put that out there. You know, when a true understanding of the game and being in the game and what it mean or meant to us. Like dudes ain't like you know where y'all I'm out. We in the streets. We out here. They don't understand that. They don't understand that. You know what I mean? They don't understand that. That should go like over their head. We was really in the streets. We was really out there. Let's see. Let me show you. Um. Skelly Street Game. According to NewYorkTimes.com, about New York column on Daryl Jones, who obtains patent for indoor variation on Skelly, street game using chalk and bottle caps that has been played by generations of New Yorkers. See? Oh. I did not quite catch. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right? But, see, he spells it Scully. See, it's Skelsy, right? Skillies, Skelly, right? See, he says Scully, right? I don't know what that Scully, so I'm going to just leave him like that, right? But then you got Skelly, Skelly. Then you got Skelsy, right? SK. Let me see if y'all can see this. Hold on. Right? According to him, right? He says Scully, not arguing with him, right? So then you got Scully, right? Then you got Skelly. Then you got Skelsy, Skellies, right? Then you got Skelsies. Then you got Skellies, right? So, I just, put the extra L or whatever. I don't know. Scummy tops, loads, or caps. Yeah, some of those, you know what it is? I think it started off more as like cabs and loads and tops. I think that was really the original. Then it moved up to scummies, skelsies, and to where we get now. So I'm more in the skelsy, scully area, era. So he's changed it up to Scully. Whatever he's doing, It's not for um see like this. You got Skelly, Immortals, Skelly, oh, so they got this on PlayStation. Okay, I didn't know that. Um but anyway, yeah. Hello? Okay. Um this is what I just seen. You know what I mean? So I know the game. You know what I mean? And like I said, go by different names, but I've never seen this game played anywhere else. Anywhere. I've been in Jersey. Never seen kids play it. They play marbles. But in Connecticut, they play marbles, pick up sticks. Got some Jacksons out there. The Jack Cats. You know what I mean? We had all of those too. I don't know about marbles though. Did people play marbles? I think so. I know we had marbles, but I don't know if people played it. Like I learned marbles when I went down south. I've seen marbles my whole life, but I didn't know that there was like rules and like the circle and like I never seen that. I never seen nobody play marbles in New York. I'm just saying they didn't. You know what I mean? It's just like it wasn't like something I paid attention to. I knew marbles, but I never knew a game. Like you know what I mean? I knew pickup sticks. You know what I'm saying? I knew like playing marbles in the house and shit. like 'cause I never see nobody play marbles on the streets. New York is like a concrete place, so never really seen marbles played. I thought marbles is more like dirt and grass type shit. You know what I mean? But like pick up sticks. That's like a table game and all that. You can play that anywhere. So all of those games, jacks. Never was good at jacks. You know, um, Never was good at those. But Scully, Sculzy, whatever way everybody rocks out. That's a New York game. Straight streets. And so it was a lesson on the streets. And I realized that, like I said, very young. I was 9 in the streets. Like, not committing crimes, but being a bad little kid, roaming around, kicked out of school. I was kicked out of public school in the 5th grade. So from the 5th grade to the 10th grade, I was not in public school. Nah. So I was a bad kid. You know what I'm saying? In the streets. Not selling drugs, any of that, just being bad. You know what I mean? Just one of them wild kids and shit. You know what I mean? And I didn't know about drugs. I never used a drug in my life. Nah, I never used a drug. You know what I mean? Never. Smoke weed, but weed ain't a drug. And that's how I wound up going to um Attica. Basically, I started off in a medium, and they had me in a program because I told them I smoked weed before, like back in the days, and they said okay, and put me inside a program, and I was like, "Now, listen, I don't use drugs." He's like, "Yeah, I said I smoke weed. Weed is not a drug." And so I'm inside there being an activist in jail, which led me to basically getting kicked out the program. I wound up in another block, and in that block, the COs had run down on one of the brothers, so we basically all jumped in. And hold on, let me take. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me take the book down. Let me see. Um, Bring up my rap sheet real quick. All right, come here. Well, this is how I wound up in um Northern Correction Facility. Cause I wound up in a super max. Now Attica is a max in New York. Then I wound up in the well, actually, I wound up in the Supermax in Connecticut first. So, and that was also, riot based. So, I've been known to be a pardon me. I've been known to be a little problem. You know what I mean? And I think being a problem sometimes it's confusing. See right here. Now this is my Attica. Now you see how I got all of them charges, all guilty. Um, this I got a year I got a year in the box. Basically down here on the bottom. I don't know if you can see down here. So where it says shoe, basically single housing unit and shit. Well, me, I'm my classification won't let me go to the shoot. That's how I wound up going to Attica. I'm single cell status, so I can't like the shoe. You could have two people in a cell. I'm single cell status. I can't be in the cell with somebody else. Shit might happen. I might, you know, yeah. Um, so I got, as you can see right here, I got my guilties and what is this? Violent conduct. I can't see most of this stuff right here. Hold on. Let me see if I could. No, ain't gonna come up. Right, but let me see some. Yeah, it's not gonna come up. But anyway, so this is just basically all my charges. You see, I got all guilty. You could probably see it better than me because I'm looking on the small screen and shit. But this is just basically my charges. I was on some bullshit in the days. Not gonna front like I wasn't. You know what I mean? No, actually, I'm not gonna say I was on no bullshit because these are all, in my opinion, noble causes. So it wasn't like I was running around and promoting pure destruction. Like I said, I was being rebellious simply on the one how I got sent to Attica part because I shouldn't have been inside that program simply for smoking weed. Look at weed now. And that's what I was fighting for then. You see, people can't see your fight because other people ain't in the fight. They don't stand for nothing. So when you stand for it, you just considered crazy unless you inside some organization. You are not allowed to say that, nah, these are morals and principles. That's why a lot of them places are always got respect on all sides, even from correction. Because even as I'm in the box, they see I ain't fucking with them dudes either. So damn, he just about it. Like he ain't doing it because he's with them dudes. He's just really standing on his principles of this situation. Because I wasn't getting a lot. Well, on this, oh, you can't see that one, but in the Connecticut one, even though I'm there for riot for the peoples and all of that, once I'm up in the Supermax, I'm beefing with the same people. You know, I'm beefing with the people I'm supposed to be fighting for, allies with. That's why I say, man, it's like, and so my mission has always been to prevent people from becoming Freemasons, or at least tools of the Freemason. I remember dudes, because of my information, right? I'm talking about I have some information. Like it's gonna take some time to break down, like as far as like communicating, like it's called ciphers. So in our different organizations, it could be called different things. So it could. So most likely it's gonna come in the form, of either codes or lessons. But they're still simply ciphers, meaning a way to communicate where somebody has to decipher it. To decipher something to be able to understand what other people's don't. And so you fall the first person, okay, there's two people placed in the spell. Remember, the initiate has to remember this in order for even him to be safe. Right? Because if you don't know this, people could run down on you. And so think about New York, right? Who you be with, shit you claiming why you bang. If you didn't know that, shit, even the same people you banging with would bang on you. Right? So you are under the ruffians beating you into a system, the same system that you signed up for. So you at war within yourself. It's beating you into place, or it's going to remove you, which is the same thing anyway. Its whole structure was either to remove everybody and get lucky for those who made it through. But think about it. You built all of those prisons. Where's all of those people? So many bodies, the extermination. And they all was under that Freemasonic system. But they didn't know. They didn't know. They just thought Bloods and Crips, Latin Kings, Gangster Disciples, Vice Lords, Black Peace Stones, and Black Disciples, and Mickey Cobras, and they saw that. They saw that. And so they didn't know that that was all a system that was set up. And so when you look at the streets now and we talk about drill, you better do the research on the culture of drill. To understand the culture of drill is to understand gang dynamics nationally, on a national level. And I think I'm going to do a whole show strictly on that. Just how drill music and the indoctrination of the newest tools in the Freemasonic toolbox. To understand, just understand the gang culture of drill music. To understand the culture of drill music nationwide, take two places. Well, there's just two places in the nation that you really pay: Chicago and New York. And that will answer your question to what is sweeping across the nation. And it's too late now because everybody paid, whether it be through the argument of drill this, everybody got it out there. So the kids know. Y'all don't. The adults don't. Because you still caught on your old system. Your old way of loving how you talked about killing yourselves and bumping yourselves off and not understanding how that's the devil's music. So much so that you even celebrate your deaths and go to shows and wow out at the celebrations at your deaths. Just imagine that. Think about that shit. Think about it for real. You know what I mean? Think about that shit. You were standing there celebrating the system that's bumping you off. Then, at the celebration, you wow out more to give it more credence, to show the world that this system is working. See, the white women didn't have to bump theirs off. All they had to do, no offense, was take it in the back. Learn how to suck them off. Just not produce any children. That's it. On her side, it was basically a lot more simpler. You know what I mean? Take it in the back and give him the slop. You know what I'm saying? Send him on his way. Whereas the the sisters and all of that, it was to use that in order to gain the wealth. Because there was no heritage to pass down. You see, one got their wealth through the inside job, meaning that um um snatching up daddies, the whole Me Too movements and all of that. Listen, there's a sword over your head. You better step away, or you could go out in shame. And going out in shame in that world, you gonna lose way more than just this little position. Your ass should be fucking what's his name? Um Weinstein or one of them. You see that whole me too. You be that. You seen once Weinstein out of there, Hollywood changed. The roles, the seats, the way dudes are. Listen, it's a whole new Hollywood. Dudes have been snipped. Snipped. I see. I don't care. I don't care. I lived my life already. I didn't bend. I stayed me. Told motherfuckers, fuck you, suck my dick, fuck you, bitch, kiss my ass. You know what I'm saying? You care. Because I knew and saw everything that was taking place. So, you know, the game was played. I tried to tell the brother standing right next to me, yo, listen, man, y'all being played. Y'all being played. They got you out here, and then they slowly started grooming dudes. The dudes who didn't want to take the risk, right? Yeah, y'all be babysitters. And so they slowly ushered in, along with the rat bastards, the who gonna what did they do? Did they get you out? Right? But the streets wasn't it was two different kind of streets. Right? Let me explain something to you. Like pardon me. Right? And this is with a lot of people, the bitch motherfuckers. Right? See, when I went in the streets, I was alone. I told you I was in the streets at 9. So I didn't know this union. I didn't know it. I didn't know a union. I was out there doing me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's snatching candies or kicking on doors. You know, I've run into dudes like my homeboy Steve at the time. Wild man. You know, crazy man Steve. We I put him on, I take the this. And like I said, I was doing stupid shit like taking doormats. Nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Causing real problems. I mean, it's probably a problem to somebody that's fucking who the fuck took my doormat. But that's the kind of mischief that I was into. But because I was mischievous at such a young age, the devil thought that I was on the same mission. So the devil opened up the doors and thought that he had a candidate. I was like, nah, I ain't into that, buddy. You know what I'm saying? I'm for the people. I ain't trying to bump us off. Shit, I'm mad that they, they try to bump me off. So the first thing I learned how to do is let the devil know I'm not for it. You cannot entice me. You can't. You cannot entice me. I mean, it looks good. I'm not gonna say it don't. You know what I mean? I'd be lying if I said it don't. But you cannot entice me. If I cannot get it on my grounds, I don't want it. And on my grounds meaning that I don't want to have to sacrifice anybody for it. Matter of fact, I want to pull more people into it. So if whatever you providing, if it's not gonna allow me to take this bread and feed 2,000 people, 10,000 people, I'm good. I'm good. You're not gonna use me to make it look like over here while really I'm contributing to all of your destruction. Only reason why they're joining is to cause like I said, I've been in situations around people and you knew they clearly was there because they thought you was that type of person. And so for each one of those people, I let them know I am not one of those people to play with. And that's why when it came to the realest of dudes, they respected it. And so even if they made attempts, they knew to make their attempt in a way to where, yo, don't let it come back if you fuck up. Like that's how I was giving it up. So I learned how to stand so firm on righteousness that I could be in the mix of the snake. I could swim with a shark. And he just knew. Not to say I can't be eaten. You understand what I'm saying? Not to say that. But he just knew. Whatever it was, I'm willing to face it. So that's why I tell this. I tell this because this is for that moral, upstanding, compass person. If you not strictly on it, meaning that you can't look at the person next to you and say, "Yo, get the fuck away from me with that." I don't care who you try to manipulate and convince that I don't care. Because people come around you to destroy you. Not sometimes on purpose, though. Like, they don't literally, like, they come around you to see what they can get from you. And if they can't, especially through manipulations, oh, trust me, that smile, you see that smile? You better watch how the corners turn. It can be the same smile, but, I mean, you can see the same teeth, but the formation on the corners of your mouth and all of that, it's a whole different smile. It's no longer a smile, it's a snarl. You know what I'm saying? See? Totally different. Same teeth, right? The eyes, all of that. So to understand that inside, like I was born with being able to understand, like how they got face recognition. I just was always able to see it. Like, how you got like the voice recognition. I was able to hear it. I told you I came out of that hell. I was born out of it. So much so that it wanted to kill me. So I understand. I was able to see it and study it. If you ain't never had your life on the line at a young, I mean, period, but at a young age, when your life is constantly on the line, you learn to see death. You learn to see the wickedness in the eye, the blood on the teeth through the smile. Like some people be like, yo, why you don't smile? I be like, yo, you ever seen what happens to somebody when you smile at a chimpanzee? I don't think chimpanzees find it too appealing for you to be smiling at them. All right, let me check this out. Let me make sure. The last time I checked, is it safe to smile at chimpanzees? Okay, all right. Let me bring this up to you. All right, it felt pretty silly to do, but they explain that a human smile is seen as a threatening expression to chimpanzees when they are afraid or when they are trying to be intimidating. They will show all of their top teeth and do what we call as a fear grimace, right? And that's just chimpanzees. But my thing is where in nature do you see outside of them approaching humans, right? You ever seen two cats run up on each other and be smiling? Have you ever seen two dogs show their teeth to each other in a nice fashion? Ever? Have you ever seen a dog walk up on another dog? Have you ever never seen two dogs walk up on each other smiling? Society has pulled a trick on you. See, the devil has created a thing called like being upright and all of these things that give you the appearance of this holier than now because you have learned how to get your dirty work done beyond your own physical means. If that makes sense. Like to be able to control people and get things done without that's why like in a court of law, you know, those things, two crimes you don't want is like what is it, coercion and is it I want to make sure it's coercion, but I know the other one is conspiracy. Those are like two charges you do not want. Because in every society, they know this is where all of it can all go to hell. So you can conspire, and then inside the conspiracy, you could coerce somebody into doing something. You can convince somebody to doing something, and they was conspiring with you. you know, and so that's why. What's the other one? Where it's like aiding and abetting to a minor, and because you can manipulate their minds. This is what At the time, I'm looking at them like the fuck out of it, but could they use it for the stupid shit? You know what I mean? But in reality, I'm saying this because there's a great lawsuit to be had. If everybody understood what I was really being said, what I was really saying here, there's a lawsuit to be had. And reparations is beyond what I'm talking about because I'm telling you how to find the facilitators. And it's not the women and it's not the men, it's a group of people that control and manipulate a system of the world at this point. I mean, I'm gonna go through setting up the nation, and you can find the clues. Oh, the clues of who's these people are. Oh, they all there. It's not like they hidden. It's just that you don't know what you're looking at. You don't know what you looking at. So when you hear certain things, you don't know what you're hearing. You don't know about Babylon and thinking that this is really Babylon or the continuation of Babylon, should I say? Many different spots are under that same Babylon though. So don't think this is the only one. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is Babylon. United States as a whole is Babylon. Bastard race. I mean bastard language. Which is remember like the Tower of Babel when they all came together, taking all these languages, right? So they spoke one language to what? They didn't need God or the government, should I say, right? And then what God do? Come down, broke up all the languages. So then when you learn Freemasonry, and I told you again to learn about the ciphers, you'll understand. You learn about those ciphers and you'll understand. That's just the truth. Learn about the ciphers and like anything that I say, I'm not just saying it, I'm actually giving you this whole part. And then if you didn't get it, I'm like, okay, remember the part when I was saying the ciphers? Remember this whole conversation? That's where that was. I never left the conversation. So I'm breaking down how these, right, I said about triggers, right, and spells. So this is how the information is getting passed through Babel. While everybody is speaking different things, there's still this core element that everybody speaks, and that's the control. So imagine everybody is like so you got a whole bunch like say you got like um 15 laws, right? And you got 15 groups and all of the arguments are for their own. So, number 7 could be beefing with 18, or whatever, like 1, 2, and 15 or whatever. You know what I mean? And so all of these people are always going to be at odds because 13 them might be beefing also with 14 and 7. That's not beefing with those other. You see what I'm saying? So there's always going to have these conflicts, but here's the catch. Within that, you set up the common causes. Like there's common law, there's common sense. And so inside of that is how you push society because you dictate which common. Well, they do. They do. Because they have those little pockets to make those little statements, give those little catchphrases and spells for you to relinquish, even if you don't, you'll be bombarded with all of the people around you. Then you'll get hit with misogynist. What's the new one? Um, um, Not pathological. What is it? Damn. I'm sorry, man. Narcissistic, right? So you got this type of stuff running around, and so you don't know that these are the catches. Like what's the other one? Weird, where everybody you'll know just starts saying it. So then you know that you're put under that spell. It's just like when you listening to a song and you can't understand how you did not like that shit, but then all of a sudden you do. Because you've been put under that spell. And that song is also putting you under a spell. It's ill. So until, but mind you, you can think you know, but but if you're not within that system, so the only way at this point is, remember I said I wanted to tell you some people. Well, one of the people is Prince Johnson out in Liberia, right? Now if you know about Liberia, right, it's actually was set up under Freemasonry. And so Prince Johnson and them shut down Freemasonry by shutting down the Grand Lodge out of the country. So these are the people and the understandings that you need to know. And if you haven't heard of them, you should. And that way, anything that I'm telling you, you would know is certified. Because these are the people who've actually put it in place to fight it, has fought, won, and it explains what they was fighting and defending against. And I'm gonna pull that up right here. Prince Johnson.
According to Wikipedia, Prince Jeremy Johnson is a Liberian politician and the current senior senator from Nimba County.
Right? So now you got that little, I don't know if you heard that, so let me slide this over here. Right? Goes Prince Johnson. Right? Born June, no, born 6th of July, 1950. Well, we can actually go into his Wikipedia. All right. And this man is still alive to this day. So anything that I'm saying, if you need people to verify this, these are living beings right now, not a mystery. This is why I waited. And I did this like this. You know, I walked you through to show you that this is real. This is not a fantasy. Okay? Prince Yormeen Johnson, born the 6th of July, 1956, is a Liberian politician and the current senior senator from Nimby County, a former rebel leader. Johnson played a prominent role in the First Liberian Civil War, in which he captured, tortured, and executed President Samuel Doe, who had himself overthrown and murdered the previous president, William R. Talbert Jr. All right, we just go to his Civil War leadership. Right? Johnson later allied with Charles Taylor, a part of the National Patriot Front of Liberia, NPFL. Serving as the chief training officer, Taylor fighters crossed the border from the Ivory Coast and began operations in Liberia on Christmas Eve, 1989. Oh, go to early life. Okay. He rose in, okay. Let me just take it from this. I didn't want to go all the way, but I realized it ain't that bad. Okay. Johnson was born in Tepeta, Nimba County in the east central interior of the country and was brought up by an uncle in the capital of Monrovia. In 1971, while living there, he joined the Liberian National Guard, LNG, which was transformed into the Armed Forces of Liberia, AFL, in the aftermath of Samuel Dole's 1981 throw of President William J. Talbot. Right now, I could go into him because he actually knew the truth too, right? But he backpedaled. So I'm gonna show you this, right? But he rose. This is still Brother Johnson here, Prince Johnson, right? Pardon me. Right? Pardon me. Push this back a bit. Needed some space there. Right? So let me go here. Pardon me. Where we at? Oh. So it says he rose to the rank of lieutenant, receiving military training in both Liberia and the United States, where he was instructed in military police duties in South Carolina. A STEM often Dracion disciplinarian, he served as what is aide de camp, a general Thomas, I'm sorry, and commanding general of the armed forces of Liberia, and accompanied him into exile in 1983 after was accused of plotting a coup against Doe. Right? So what happened is let me show you this show you Samuel Doe. All right. Let's get into him. All right. Because he started it. Right. And except on he's actually born no, he died on my sister's birthday. Right. But he was born the 6th of May. Right. Was a Liberian politician who served the Liberian leaders from 1990 to 19 I mean from 1980 to 1990, first as a military leader and a later as a civilian, while a master sergeant in the armed forces of Liberia. Those staged a violent coup, he basically formed a coup in April of 1980 that left him de facto head of state. Basically, he just took control. Doe was then established the People's Redemption Council, assuming the rank of general. Doe suspended construction and suspended the Constitution and headed the country's military Utah for the next 5 years. In 1985, he ordered the election and officials became and 21 president of came the 21st president of Liberia. The election was marked by controversy as there was evidence of election fraud. Doe had support from the United States It was a strategic alliance due to the anti-Soviet stance taken during the years of the Cold War prior to the change in 1989 that led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I don't know if y'all can see all of this, making sure. Um, okay. The first native head of the state of the country in history, though was a member of the Kron ethnic group, a largely rural people before the 1980 coup. Natives had often held a marginal role in society, which was dominated by the descendants of the Americo-Liberian pioneers, composed primarily of free-born North American blacks and freed slaves, and pioneers were immigrants who had right. Let me take y'all back in here. So, right, it says, wait, hold on, let me bring this out like this for you. I don't know if y'all can see it too well. Take me away for a second. It says the first native head of state in the country's history, though was a member of the Kron ethnic group, a largely rural people before the 1980 coup. Natives had often held a marginal role in society, which was dominated by the descendants of the Americo-Liberian pioneers, corresponds primarily of free-born North American blacks and freed slaves. The pioneers were immigrants who held established Liberia in the 1820s and led the country beginning with the independence in 1847. Now, I don't know if you know about ADOs. These are basically the ADOs, the Freemasons, right? And so, again, you do not realize what organizations and what roles. This is a whole history. Me opening this can of worms right here. Listen, man. Man. This part right here could crush all of the heroes that you ever really ran across. This information right here. So I hope you prepared. I don't hope, you know what I'm saying? They gonna hurt your feelings and shit. You know what I mean? So when you hear about these ADOS dudes, watch, hold on, prove my point. But I don't want you to think that I'm just making accusations. Anything that I say, I always stand on, you know? And so I'm not a coward. So, threatening my life is, futile. Hold on. Let me put this in. All right. Refresh. Yeah, we got like, see, pull up some of this. Okay, you see some of these? Oh, that's Freedman. See the Freedman? Hold on. In fact, let me make you about 20. All right, so I have to shoot through them a little bit. All right, so let me come over here, see what we got. View all. All right. No, I'm saying adios. I need adios. Or is it with a? Hold on. Okay. Let's refresh you. Check this query real quick. All right. So now, all right, let's bring up some of this. As part of a fake union and fake secret society, people prohibit. Right, this is the no, I want to take it off. My fault. I'm doing the. Okay, my fault. I was just doing query entries only. Uh, in fact, let me clear this query. We already got that up there. All right, let's go, people. Send some of this here real quick. See. Okay, Country Sundays, history, Black History Month, ADOS. All right, so we're going to look at some of these. I just, want to bring up some. What is this one right here? Let's send this one. Quiet, certified. Most interest just heard a sentiment in space. That outrage for Afro-Ukrainian is not shared by freedmen and ADOS. All right? Right-wing black American groups like ADOS, American and FBA are loving the Africans are being mistreated in Ukraine. Because ADOS acts like they have their superiority because they're a Freemasonic group that was set up to have like this superiority of. Those are the ones who actually went into Africa and, you know, basically, gave the Americans here a bad name. You got to understand how this whole system was set up. You know, take my book away. All right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna keep some of these articles up longer since now that we're talking about ADOS as well. All right. Man, y'all don't know what's in front of you, man. Y'all don't know. Y'all thinking this is a game. It's not a game, man. You know, it's not a game for real. All right. Obama, to be sure. I respect your opinion and your position, and I think this is an important subject about a person who is one of us that needs to be clarified. Free Barack Obama. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I'm on my quay, and then I just send it over. So which one is this? We all good. Cancer. We can't ever protect the families without treating the criminals as victims. And justice. All right, so this one is secure the tribes. We all good. All right. So you understand that these groups are sent out to cause trouble within you because they feel like they are something. Have you ever listened to the talking points of Ados? You know they got slave master mentality and black skin. You know, you know that. So when you listen to them, you gotta understand. And so they'll give some good talking points, but it's just in recruiting. They'll go back to a date and mind you, they always tell you about how they are the freed men, right? And remember, I just went over to Samuel Doe, right? And is telling you these are the pioneers, the Liberian pioneers. Now you got to know them. They are a Freemasonic group. I remember when I went to do the list, right? I showed you the list. Where we go right here. That should be. Let me make sure. Could I have two? I have a few different lists, but let me see. Uh, boom, boom. Johnny. There you go. All right. Afro Caribbean, Liberian English, Liberian ethnic group of American, Afro Caribbean liberated descendants. The sister ethnic group of are the Sierra Leone Creole people who shared similar ancestry and related culture. Trace their ancestry to free-born and formerly enslaved Americans who immigrated in the 19th century and became the founders of the state of Liberia. These are Freemasonic groups. Even when I tell people that, yeah, um, Marcus Garvey was a Freemason. He was down with this whole system right here. This whole system, Marcus Garvey played a big role in. Not the last part, the dough and all of that, but the beginning, the foundation. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. And so when you really learn this history, man, like I said, there's no way a person could learn this history truly and go, okay, pissed Ado separating from Africans and Caribbeans in America. Yeah, yeah, because they are. They not with the people. You know, old Ados. Ados leaders, we don't need to worry about Ukraine and Russia. And that's is the cartoon and 2020 still using blackface. Cartoon history repeating right in front of our damn eyes. Right? So on one side, you could be like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, what does Ukraine and Russia really have to do with black people? I can't argue that. You know what I mean? But using the blackface part, um, they actually using that from me. Cause I get at them and I tell them that y'all blacks in blackface. They bibs. I say you black in blackface. So if you ever hear somebody saying that, that came from me. So they saying that shit because I be going at them hard. I mean, I go at them hard. You know, one day I'm a show. You know how I really. I haven't been on Clubhouse in a minute. Like it's been shit. Like I know it's been over a month. So hold on, I'm about to eat some last of my waffles. No. All I can tell you about ADOS is when you talk about the coons, the cowards, and the agents, that's them. Those are the guys who and gals who went to the colleges and joined the Alphas and all of them, not one Pacific one, or the Sigmas or Zetas and Deltas and Kappas. I mean, was it Pinkies and all of that? That's them. You know, that's them. And so they feel, this is their shit. Oh, can you trace yourself back? Yeah, actually I can. So why you don't agree with us? Because I also know the suffering of slavery is not limited to the United States. Motherfuckers is still dealing with slavery. And then when you bring that up, they get on their white shit. I ain't got nothing to do with me. See, you went over to these places and you also did the same thing. There's superiority. Y'all the sellouts, the biggest sellouts. The Moors and the fucking what was they ADOS anyway? That's ADOS. When you think of the Moors, that's ADOS. Freedmen, Freemasons, the ones who tell you you not black, you not this, trying to push you out the nation. So when reparations and all of that, you were tricked into giving up your rights, and it happened on the inside. That's why you should not fuck with ADOS if you black. ADOS is there to trick you into giving up your heritage. The Moors are there to trick you to giving up your heritage. oh, sovereign, oh, put this, oh, because of these things, all right. Oh, you from over here, we not this, that's not a national. You remember, they're right. Black is not a nationality. So once you relinquish your nationality here, and they already saying they don't want to look out for anybody outside of here, you think if they gave reparations, you can come back and say, yeah, nah, you over there, you said you that. You said you that. It's a game. They will bump you off. They'll help bump you off because they feel it's theirs. So when you see them out there, it's this organization, this setup is to take the black man down. And most of it is happening on the inside through these Freemasonic organizations. Calling reparations, putting and work thieves and vultures and using words like enrage for purpose of inciting anger in the members of ADOS against other lineage reparation groups is border. See? Yeah. So to understand what Freemasonry is, you understand how to avoid becoming in it. It's not a good thing. And the sacrifices and all of that you hear, it's in forms that you might not realize. They don't mind sacrificing you, whether it be through gangs or whether it be through you and your nationality. We have an internal enemy, the black Freemason. The Asian man has his enemy, the internal enemy, the Asian Freemason. The white man, well, he's controlling this system. So you know who his enemy is? All of those other enemies, all of those other subgroups working for the group that's actually put the white man in power. So imagine you have a large group, right? But he's in power because of this group, right? And this is the largest group, but they're actually in power because of this group right here, right? Because this group here that's also controlling this group is controlling all of these little small groups. So at any point in time, bang, a new shift and a new group can rise up based on, whatever you choose to be the new thing to lessen. Say you got too much of that, right? Like right now, you see the sisters. I was looking. This is why I kind of was doing this video. I seen the sisters, like she was just slapping this lady. She a black girl, and I'm thinking to myself, if that was me, I would have gunned her down. And that's crazy for me to say that. I'm saying, but if I was that lady, she wouldn't have walked away from there. Like, definitely wouldn't. Like, you wouldn't have did that to me. Like, not because of my size. Like, I was this way when I was a baby. So I never knew how big or small. I'm not big, I'm not small. I'm just telling you, you would never, ever have pulled that off on me. Like, I'm not saying you could never do me any damage, but you would never do this. I'm trying to find this, right? And think you gonna walk away. I'm not having that. That's why I put myself in very little situations where I have to go through certain things, especially when it comes to having to prove yourself. You know what I mean? Because that's mainly what it is. Like I say, I'm not having that. 1,000,001 people gonna want to try you. So then you got to be prepared to body them right on the spot. You know what I mean? That's just the way that goes. Um, hold on. I believe it's in. Hold on. Let me see. I'm looking for the groups or something like that. I think it's in fights. Yeah, yeah. All right. Watch this. All right. And you tell me if I'm tripping and you wouldn't just handled your business. Right? She's standing there talking to this young girl, you know, who's acting like she on some something and standing there like this look like something I seen in one of those like dudes try to do. So I'm looking at this young lady emulating this level of disrespect that I seen that society was heading towards because the shift is going in that way. The new world order is this. And so they had to get rid of any alpha males, bump you off in the street, abort the child, or snip his nuts. So all you had left was female males, females, the FE dash males, effeminate males. You know, so this is what we are up against. You know what I mean? This is what we are up against on a constant basis. You know what I mean? On a because you gotta ask yourself who is having this. I'm not having that. You know what I'm saying? Not that's and I'm saying that because I had to explain that to my son's mother. I got, you know, 17 stitches and shit. Like, see right here, this right here, this was like 5, and this was like 12, and like around, I think like 4 of them was internal. So caught this one, then this one I had to block my face. I'm righty, so these are all defensive wounds. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Shit, almost caught a murder case behind that. Right? I'm not that person. I'm not that. You gonna do damage to me, but I don't hit women shit. I will fucking kill you. Fuck matter with you? You put your fucking hands on me. I'm not. My brain is not programmed for that. You see, I wasn't raised in to be submissive. I was fortunate enough to be raised with a father. I was fortunate enough to be raised around a grandmother and aunts as well. And so I watched how everybody moved, but the main person I was able to watch was my father. He had shit to say. Other times he didn't have shit to say. Times he was around people. Other times he wouldn't be around no fucking body. And I realized that I said, okay, that's natural. So it ain't you gotta always have somebody up in your fucking face and want to try to dictate you. Nah, some motherfuckers don't want you in their face all the fucking time. Some people will curse you out for that. You know, me and my pops are the same sign. You know what I mean? And my brother. You know what I mean? Well, rest in peace to him. But you know what I mean? Just what it is. Like I'm not that type of person where you gonna violate like that. I listen. I'm not that type of person. See that I'm not gonna lie, you wouldn't get rocked like that, but you would be put on your head. You would be put on your head. And the thing is, she's showing out because she has somebody there. Because I'm pretty sure that lady would have got it scrapping if it was just her. But then you know what? She came for a conflict because you see her hair, all of that wrapped up, and she got the hoodie on. So she came there to scrap with that lady at her door. And she got, the crowd. So then that lady wouldn't have had a win because even if she was beating her up, the rest of the people would join in. So she's winning through intimidation. And that's why you wouldn't have walked away from that with me. I showed you, you know what I'm saying? I showed you me, right? This is me. You understand what I'm saying? That's my rap sheet right there. You know what I'm saying? This is me. All right, I'll let that rock out for you. I'll leave that there. so you have an understanding and shit. This is me. You know what I'm saying? I get it popping. You know, on those right there, the one thing you will see is even on authority, I gets it popping. I'll fight the police or whatever if I have to. So it ain't no way in hell you gonna slap me or any of that, intimidate me in any way, shape, or form. I've been inside jail in in this situation. This is different. You understand what I'm saying? Like to understand. Here we go. Right now, this is just like I said. This is just my rap sheet. This is right here. This is to break down Northern Correctional Facility. Right. I was labeled SRG, right, which is Security Risk Group, which will most likely be, a gang member. But then you have a thing called threat member. So a security risk group threat member. I was in that program for over 2 years, taking showers and handcuffs and all of that. So I'm telling it to you from the grit. You know what I mean? I'm telling it to you from its reality, its conception. You understand what I mean? So anybody who misses certain things and they misconstrued what's being said, you always want them to know, like, yo, listen, everybody ain't that person that you wanna, play with. You know what I mean? Everybody ain't that person. And I understand that you're trying to make your way in the world, but this is not the way to make that way. You know what I mean? This is not the way. Because everybody ain't having it. But because society has shifted the roles and the dudes groom the young ladies into this. Like I wasn't one of them. My son's mother hated that. That's why we had beef. Because here it is, I'm supposed to be someone from the street who who has this history, and I was not with that. So she sees me around these type of people. I mean, as far as like if I'm with her or something, but she never sees me around them. So she's like, "Oh, you ashamed?" No, that's not my lifestyle. That's business. That's not what I bring into my house. I don't live like that. So if you thinking that constant argue, picture somebody in the hood, but when he walks in his house, he's like a librarian or businessman or something. His lifestyle is different. And when you think certain way, you want to believe that a person is like that no matter what they telling you. Like I'm not like that. But because you want that, you want to see that in me. And so you want to argue and fight because you're trying to get that lifestyle from the person. And so you mad that you couldn't get that. You wasn't gonna make me as a sacrifice. You damn sure ain't gonna be beefing in my face and then think I'm gonna go out there and fight for you. So then you ain't gonna be able to set me up. Get me caught up in the conflicts. Oh, I got somebody who like me. Oh, that's good. Matter of fact, I think I should link up. Get married. Do what you got to do. Oh, you don't want me? No. You just told me you got somebody interested in you. A real woman would never tell a man that. But if you thinking you pulling me with jealousy, you fucked up. I don't work on those weak mentalities. The things that regular men are manipulated by, I'm not manipulated by. So I can't be jealous. If you don't want to be here, bye. There's no arguing with that. Fuck out of here. I didn't invest that much into you for me to act like I'm losing something. You see, most dudes, they invest into that. Oh, the hair, the nails, right? So now they want it back. And so now they don't know how to not. Me, I'm not investing in that. I'm not invested in that. So if you want to leave, bye. You only around me because you want to be around me. Not because you expecting me to do all of that shit that's going to get me killed and be pushed to get killed by the person fucking arguing with me and want me dead. Nah, that's good. Nah. And so just not be willing to do that, it brings out the hate in them. It brings out the hate in them. When they realize that no, you can't be manipulated. Like you ain't got to be mean to them. All you got to do is just simply tell them, I don't get down like that. You around me because you think that that's what I'm pursuing of, but I'm not in pursuit of that. Those are the same people that I beefed with in that community. I told you I had dudes who gave me certain information and thought that I was into that lifestyle, that foul, taking advantage of my people. And they found out the same way. So if you thinking you gonna use that game on me, manipulate me through the mind, think I'm weak. Oh, you can't fuck your homeboys. You right. I'm not trying to. But I am trying to get the fuck out this house and get shit done. So if you thinking that you can manipulate me that way, the problem is when it's all said and done, those dudes they got their nuts clipped. They were lied to. They went into the streets, right, knowing that the streets is every man for himself, unless you in an organization. So standing on a street corner selling drugs and having niggas standing right next to you, it's not an organization. Having niggas next to you with bandanas, blue bandanas, green bandanas, yellow, red. I don't give a fuck what bandana you color you wearing. That still does not mean that y'all are in an organization. No, y'all in a gang. Gang of niggas who stand around and make sure that whoever could, like, as long as you in this gang, you can make money on this block because we willing to shoot for it. That's not an organization. I'm sorry to tell you. An organization is getting an X amount of money and you give kickback, and that goes into the growth of the business. So even the certain groups, like say you on a corner, if y'all niggas ain't putting that money in as a unit, and y'all catching RICO cases and all of that shit for nothing. That's real. If you doing all of that and you ain't and y'all not putting the money in, then she's sitting over there beating you in your head, talking about, oh, they can't, your boys ain't doing it. Listen, y'all was just hanging out. There's no reason, and that's why I never had to put myself in a ratting ass situation. I just told you, look at this is my rap sheet, man. You know, I'm in states where I didn't even know nobody. So I guess I don't know. Probably could have thrown a nigga under the bus somewhere. I guess. I mean, it never even came across my mind. I wouldn't know how to do that. I'm out of town in places by myself. Only reason why, you know what I mean, I'm associating with dudes is because of business. Meaning that blue. Meaning that blue rag, that red rag, that green rag, whatever, people are wearing, if I'm under that, if I'm wearing that blue rag, I'm not under the organization in the way that you are. I'm under it, meaning that I can maneuver everywhere because I honor that rag, that flag. If that makes sense to you. Meaning that wherever I go, I'm that. The epitome of what came out of people's mouths. So I'm over here, I'm over there, I'm all up and down the East Coast, I'm on the West Coast, and I'm good. I might have came through this person who I really came through another person. So after a while, the connection is just through people that I met and just being solid. Not really like, oh no, that's what's the name, boy. But wait a minute, nobody going. Wait a minute, but he came through such and such a. He can't. Nah, I'm just holding this down because I'm about the life. So I don't have to snitch because I wasn't in it for the people. In that sense, crime I wasn't into for the people. The revolution I'm in for the people. Now you could use crime as a means for the revolution, but crime itself can never be for the people. A that's an individual thing. So I'm for the people, meaning that for that system, I'm not gonna disrupt it because that helps me. I need this, I need that, I need Long as I'm good, as long as I'm solid, as long as I never have to look over my shoulder. And that could be leaving from Kentucky and going to Georgia. Okay. You thinking that people don't pop up in Georgia? Let me tell you something, man. I remember rocking a dude, right? And I was in Atlanta and I was over like, what is it? North Ave, I believe it is. That's where they got the long escalator. Like it's like where I believe it was Little Kim who shot that video there. Well, anyway, I was over there and it was these young girls. I'm young, so when I say young, I don't mean young, but we all young. And I'm there, and I'm hearing them talking. They just happen to be from the town. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, you know such and such? Like, yeah. I like, oh, word? Like, yeah, I rock that nigga. You know what I mean? It left it like that. So I know that it don't matter where you at. You know what I mean? You could see, you know what I mean? So always kept it solid. Never do anything to anybody that even that community wouldn't say yeah. Like I can understand why that went down. Because one, you always been in the community like I'm the type of person that if I'm in that community, man, you would think I was born and raised there. You could put me in a one and I've been in one stop like towns. You know what I mean? Literally been there. So like setting up shop and really and people would literally say, damn, it's like I know you my whole life. You know what I mean? Like it could be a giant, milk bottle and shit. And like that's the only fucking thing the town offer. But everybody go there and here it is. I'm the city dude. And I'm chilling and I'm like, yo, let's go over to the milk bottle. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, where do to go over there? And I'm like, yeah, nigga, that's hot. And they can't understand. They looking at it like they thinking, you know, somebody who comes from where I come from, that's not cool. But listen, there's no milk bottle buildings where the fuck I'm at. You know what I'm saying? There's no giant peach or a giant orange or whatever the fuck. There's none of that where I'm at. So yeah, that shit is something to me. I mean, granted, I don't want to spend like 20 years doing that, but you know what I mean? For the time being, I'm a lot of that shit just like if we was going, to Coney Island or some shit. That's just how I always learned how to embrace my environment. Just embrace the environment. You know what I mean? And then that way you don't have to practice these foul practices. You know what I mean? Like like I said, the legal system could say, yeah, he's this type of person. But for somebody who's traveled all over and mainly stayed dolo, I'm alive. My rap sheet says that I've been into a lot of places, been into a lot of high level shit. Never been a low level dude. If I'm low level, I'm off the radar altogether. If I'm on the radar, I'm in it. So it's either one or the other for me. It's not this. I'm not a stutter stepper. Like I'm out. Like I tell anybody right now, I'm out. Like I don't even know nobody. I literally know nobody. You know what I mean? So I'm out. But when I was in, I knew every fucking body. Everybody that needed to be known. Even if they didn't know, that I knew the meaning through people. So if I needed to get to that or that person, not in a bad way. I mean, for whatever reason, my name is gonna be known. It's gonna, oh, yo, you remember such and such? Oh, I told you about type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I just always knew how to. be in the mix without being in the mix, like knowing who I need to know through the people that I need to know. I'm a middleman dude. That's how I was. I was just a middleman. I wasn't a street corner dude, and I wasn't the dude with the connect. I mean, I wasn't the dude with the weight. I'm that dude in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, yo, let me get this. I got some people. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. You know what I'm saying? I want this. That's it. That's how I rock out. Or, yo, let me get this. With my cash, so I tell you what. You know what I mean? Most of the time, I didn't even want credit. I wasn't, so I'm not even gonna lie like I was a take credit person. I was just a make sure I knew whoever I needed. So, like if I'm reading up, I make sure that even if I know this crew right here, I still know three other dudes. So yo shit ain't right. I could go some fucking where else and won't even be mad at you. Won't go, oh nigga, nah, that's business. I remember a game called Drug Wars. It's like a game board. It had like no characters and nothing. It was just um I forgot how it went, but I know it was like with drugs, like you invest into these different drugs. Let me see if that shit's still around. Um, Hold on a minute here. Russia will feel the pain. Thomas Greenfield said. Oh, okay. The drug wars game. All right. Um, Yeah, the turn-based strategy computer game in which the player assumes the role of a drug dealer, engaging in I don't know what this in arbitrary. Um, the object of the game is to deal the most drugs and pay off the loan shark by the end of the game and make a profit. Drug Wars. Yeah, this shit was an old game. Originally created by John E. Dell in 1984. You know what I'm saying? This game goes back to the 84. So just to let you know, like I understood the concept then. Like another thing. When I was living in New York, I never ever sold no drug. Only thing I ever sold was weed. Never once did I sell cold crack, any goddamn thing in the state of New York. Ever. Now I purchased, made purchases of it, and taken it other places. But I have never, ever, not even like a dime bag of crack, coke, or anything inside New York. Never. And I've been in drug wars in New York. And that's the crazy part. You know what I'm saying? Been in drug wars. But I can literally now understand what's being said, right? I've been in drug wars, but I have never sold drugs in New York. Never. Not one day. Not 1 gram, not a microgram, anything. But I purchased drugs in New York. You know what I mean? So, that's just what I'm saying. Like, as far as understanding and, move in a certain way and people having an attitude with you because you move that way. Like, understanding that, you're not going to make me a sacrifice for you and you can just, I'm talking about, the young ladies right now, because I got to go back to this, this scene where we see this. and we can go, okay, I don't know who you playing with, but I can almost guarantee you, if that was me, it'd be some hell. Some hell. Even if I was that lady right there. Because see, I would be aware of how women and females act. And so I would have my little piece. And when you trying to go get you on that elevator, you and your peoples, cameraman and all, camera woman. I think it was a dude though. That's how we ending this. Cause they got it on camera. You know what I mean? I might as well end the job off. You see this too? I'm gonna ask you, you got the camera rolling? You be like, yo, chill, chill. But like, nah, you got the camera rod. Like, I would say, hold the camera. I'm gonna pop you, right? And then I'm gonna turn around and rock your stupid ass. Make sure you had that on camera too. That's just it. And the whole fucking day like that. You know what I mean? Because I can't see that, man. I can't see you. Like I said, I almost caught a homie, my son's mother just for stabbing me. You crazy? Listen, I'm not that dude. You know what I'm saying? And once they realize that, then it's like, oh, you got to avoid them. Why? Because I'm not your pincushion. I'm not the person that you gonna keep violating because you think I'm programmed into this new sucker shit. I'm a grown ass man, banged out with police. You know what I mean? On several occasions, been in riots in jail more than once. More than one riot in jail. Do you understand the odds of this shit? I don't like. So for me, like I'm my own sacrificial lamb. And so when people saw that, they really didn't expect me to make it to this level. You know what I mean? They didn't expect me to still be breathing. Seriously. You know what I mean? Like, nah, he ain't gonna still be breathing. You know? Oh, hold on a minute here. You know? They didn't expect it. Because either they nuts were clipped, meaning that, you know, they they didn't have the balls and the moxie to speak their piece. They didn't have the intellect or the belief that when the takeover happened, they could hold their own. They didn't know how to situate themselves for the situation. I seen it coming. They said I had a mom who introduced me to it. So anybody else after that, they always go, that nigga was a cold nigga. You would think I was a pimp the way I was cold. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not into oppression. And I'm not into taking out on somebody else like misplaced anger. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be mad over here and take it. That's why I rolled alone. Because I could be mad at black people, but I'm not gonna wanna be around you and wanna take that out on you. Me mad at you is like, nah, separation is peace, man. You know what I mean? And but when you have certain connections, some people ain't gonna let you ever have peace. So you gotta be just a bad guy just to be the bad guy. Like, like a child or something like that. There's no peace. If that person wants you to be the bad guy, either you gonna be that or you gonna be the bad guy because society trains the children. Look at the media. Look at movies. What is the number one theme? I told you it's the takeover. The women are taking over, but what is the second theme that comes with that? All the men are apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my father. Oh, I don't say that. I didn't have an abusive father. I never seen my father beat up on nobody. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm quick to slap you up because of the situations I've been through with my own mother, not my father doing any damn thing. My mother didn't even let my father see me. So it damn sure wasn't him. And the hate that I had that same strength from my father, or probably even stronger mentally, to be that young and you not be able to break me. Like, see this right here? Is it on this song? Yeah. See right there? It goes all the way up my arm. You know what I mean? It goes all the way up. It goes all the way up the arm. Hold on, I gotta plug my headphones back in. You know? So, and that's from before I was 5. So I know their mission, their hate that was put inside them, you know, by those before them. You know, I mean the men before them. There was a system of cruel men. And in order to change that system, their offspring had to be removed. And some people wasn't even because of the offspring. It was just their innate hate for men due to the fact of whatever men might have did to them. So even if, say, a man, you know, like she was molested or whatever as a child, she might still deal with men for whatever reason, but it's with a hate. And that's why I said, like, for me, whatever I've been through, I didn't want to, like, look at every female with hate. So I just said, let me just leave people alone. But yet and still, you know, people come around you. You know, I'm attracted to females. You know what I mean? And no matter who it is, man, they always gonna have a mentality that's imposed on them. And I'm saying that because uh, I'm just saying that because most people do not know, you know, what they up against. You know, and bringing Sylvia again. All right. So they don't know what this means. They don't know that this is a vagina. You know what I mean? See the clit up on the top right here? See, that's the clit. You know what I mean? On the inside, if you look, these, you know, be the lips coming down. And so this is the vagina. So they don't know that the whole symbol is a trans. You know, they don't know that, you know, there's other symbols and triggers. Now that, you know, people like me are exposing them, you know, see with TV and all of that, like this, these outlets, the information is easy to get out there. It's just that nobody wants to hear it, though. You know, I've been talking here for like what, like 5 hours, and it only and nobody been in here. I think it said, um, you know, one person this whole time. This whole time. Oh, it says I had 43 views though, so still no followers. I have 43 views. I don't know how that's possible. I've been on for 5 hours now. Uh, yeah, in fact, I think I'm gonna just slide out. I come back at another time. I got some other stuff to do. I got my 5 hours in. Hope somebody saw it. Peace.